Раз, меня слышно?
Раз, проверим.
Ну да, наверное.
Вот.
Раз. Так, раз. Значит, микрофон у нас здесь. Начнем сейчас. Наши два архаровца, которые опаздывают, придут, а мы начнем с видеообращения тогда, которое у нас есть. Ладно? Ой. Так, да, наушники, потому что можете просто не услышать. Так, давайте начнем нашу сессию на 29-й наш круглый стол на 29-й сессии рамочной конвенции ООН об изменении климата, климатическая повестка от Азербайджана до Бразилии. Меня зовут Сергей Рыбаков, я программный директор дискуссионного клуба «Восток» и генеральный директор фонда «Природа и люди». Наши сегодняшние выступающие в порядке алфавита. Алексей Кокорин, эксперт по вопросам климата, фонд «Природа и люди», участник переговоров рамочной конвенции ООН об изменении климата с 1993 года. Сергей Кононученко, специальный представитель министра по вопросам климата, посол по особым поручениям Министерства иностранных дел Российской Федерации. Эрик Салхейм, шестой исполнительный директор программы ООН по окружающей среде, ЮНЕП, заместитель генерального секретаря ООН. Екатерина Спиридонова, член общественного совета Роснедра. Владимир Васильев, исполнительный директор Северного форума. И в режиме онлайн к нам присоединится Светлана Лукаш, российская шерпа G20. Давайте послушаем Свету. В наушники, потому что, может быть, плохо слышно.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy and honored to welcome you at the Vostok Discussion Club session taking place during the 29th Conference of the Parties of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. While you are in Baku, I'm currently in Rio de Janeiro, which in a couple of days will host the G20 Leaders Summit. Being this year in the center of global economic policy as the chair of G20, Brazil will become the key player in global climate policy next year as the host of COP30. And I'm happy to say that with the leadership of Brazil, our civilization is in the good hands on both fronts, global economy and climate action. The issue of climate change has a global nature impacting every nation. Global warming of 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels could trigger severe and potentially irreversible changes in our climate. The effects are far-reaching, creating risks for agriculture, urban infrastructure, public health, and ecosystems. By representing major economies, the G20 is uniquely positioned to advance achievement of climate goals. But the major challenge for G20 in this regard is to advance as well its primary mandate, to ensure strong, sustainable, balanced, and inclusive growth. Likewise, Russia, Brazil shares the view that climate action should be urgent, but needs a balanced approach that supports all aspects of sustainable development. As the Gs were designed as an interconnected set of objectives, where one goal should not be pursued at the expense of the other. Climate policy should be part of the entire development agenda, ensuring that economic and social objectives are respected alongside environmental ones, while national circumstances and needs are taken into account. Due to consequent presidencies of Indonesia, India, Brazil, and South Africa next year, G20 is clearly stating that developing countries should not have to choose between economic growth and climate action. Just transitions to a low-emission economy are not feasible without access to finance and technologies. To meet the climate targets without hindering growth perspectives, developing countries need effective and affordable solutions. Variety of options is of particular importance for countries with limited financial resources. That is why it is so important to adhere to the principle of technological neutrality and remain open to all technologies that can contribute to emissions reduction. Low emission options like natural gas, nuclear, and hydropower should remain part of the solution. Natural carbon sinks, such as forests, are not only affordable and effective, but they can even offer a pathway to reaching negative emission balance. Another critical element for efficient climate action is indeed cooperation. free of any artificial barriers and political prejudice. As the next host of the UN Climate Conference, Brazil will have a unique opportunity to bridge these perspectives. As both a member of BRICS and a developing country with significant natural resources and remarkable biodiversity, Brazil's leadership can bring balance to global climate discussions, advocating for both ambitious climate action and the developmental needs of the global South. I wish you all the best in your discussions today and hope that COP29 will bring significant contributions to our joint efforts in combating climate change. Thank you very much for your attention.
Спасибо большое, Светлана. Владимир, можно я попрошу вас поприветствовать, пожалуйста, наших гостей, и потом передам слово, соответственно, Сергею Борисовичу Кононченко.
Да, доброе утро, дорогие друзья. Очень рад всех вас приветствовать на первом арктическом павильоне, который создан Северным форумом и при поддержке фонда Андрея Мельниченко и молодежного энергетического агентства БРИКС здесь на КОП-29. Он небольшой, но программа очень насыщенная, около 50 сессий самого разного уровня здесь проходят, начиная с молодежных тематик, вопросов коренных народов и заканчивая ядерной энергетикой и так далее. То есть очень серьезные тематики, и я очень надеюсь, что сегодняшняя дискуссия будет также внесет очень серьезный вклад в общее обсуждение на КОП-29. Так что желаю всем вам удачи, удачной работы на КОП. Спасибо.
Спасибо огромное. Теперь хотел передать слово Сергею Борисовичу Кононченко, специальному представителю министра иностранных дел Российской Федерации, послу по особым поручениям Министерства иностранных дел Российской Федерации. Сергей Борисович, вопрос. Сейчас очень много обсуждают по поводу того, что уже произошло здесь, в Баку, на 29-й сессии, но что нас ждет в повестке дня в Белене? С чем, какой будет переход у нас от конференции в Баку к конференции в Бразилии?
Сразу, да? Доброе утро. Спасибо большое за приглашение на вашу сессию. Спасибо большое за вопрос. Вопрос, конечно, без всякой дипломатии очень интересный, поскольку мы еще не знаем, что произойдет у нас в конечном итоге на конференции в Баку. Загадывать так далеко, конечно, было бы очень смело. Я бы скорее сосредоточил свое выступление на том, какие задачи у нас в принципе стоят на климатическом треке, а также в более широком плане в целом на природоохранном направлении. Поскольку мы находимся в знаменательный год и в достаточно важном периоде международных переговоров в области охраны окружающей среды, а именно недавно совершенно завершилась 16-я сессия конференции сторон Конвенции о биоразнообразии. Мы, соответственно, сейчас находимся на площадке Баку в рамках работы 29-й сессии конференции сторон рамочной конвенции об изменении климата. И уже в недалеком будущем, буквально в следующем месяце, у нас состоится еще и третья конференция сторон так называемых конвенций Рио, а именно 16-я сессия конференции сторон Конвенции по борьбе с опустыниванием в Эр-Рияде. Мы, по сути дела, вынуждены рассматривать проблематику климата в более широком контексте, а именно в тесной увязке с вопросами биоразнообразия, а также с вопросами опустынивания, борьбы с засухами, деградации земель и так называемого достижения важной цели в области нейтрального баланса деградации земель, как одной из задач, а именно 15.3 цели устойчивого развития повестки до 2030 года. Эти все проблемы связаны, и мы мы уделяем большое внимание как каждой из них, так и в целом решению проблем, стоящих перед мировым сообществом по защите окружающей среды, как основной цели, собственно, стоящей перед мировым человечеством, международным сообществом в этой сфере. Что касается конкретно площадки КС-29, в которой мы сейчас находимся, то главным вопросом, я не открою ни для кого секрета, стоит решение задачи в области определения новой цели в области климатического финансирования. До настоящего момента переговоры идут очень тяжело. Мы, к сожалению, сталкиваемся с по сути дела, с той же ситуацией, с которой мы встречались на предыдущих КОПах, а именно, что, с одной стороны, нас постоянно традиционные страны-доноры, представители коллективного Запада призывают к повышению амбиций, а с другой стороны, не предоставляют или не готовы, точнее, идти на предоставление достаточного для, в том числе, повышения наших климатических амбиций финансовых ресурсов. Ведь не секрет, что до настоящего момента у нас даже нет приблизительного проекта с конкретной суммой, которая должна быть закреплена в итоговом документе по результатам работы КС-29. Соответственно, не только нет важного ориентира для наших дальнейших действий в области климата, а именно финансового ориентира, поскольку мы все прекрасно понимаем, что без достаточных финансовых ресурсов осуществить радикальную трансформацию глобальной экономики, а речь же идет именно об этом, практически невозможно. Соответственно, это очередной показатель двойных стандартов в этой области. Понятно, что развивающиеся страны тоже достаточно сдержанно относятся к призывам к повышению амбиций, в то время как им не гарантировано дополнительное финансирование. При этом коллективный Запад стремится расширить круг тех, кто должен нести финансовое бремя по переходу на так называемый энергопереход. И, соответственно, пока я бы не осмелился прогнозировать, чем закончится даже конференция в Баку, каким результатом. Соответственно, что нас ждет в Белене, я, конечно, могу прогнозировать, но это будет скорее гадание на кофейной гуще. С учетом того, что нам, естественно, предстоит, я имею в виду всему мировому сообществу, уже в следующем году прийти к Белену, конференции сторон, к 30-й Белену, с новыми анувами, обновленными анувами, а именно, соответственно, определяем на национальном уровне вкладами. Ну, конечно, наверное, одной из центральных тем обсуждения в Белене будет уже анализ того, каким образом обновленные анувы со сторон конвенции позволят достичь основных целей Парижского соглашения. Но это так, пока первый достаточно приблизительный взгляд на то, что нам предстоит решать в Белене. Я бы сейчас скорее бы призвал бы всех сосредоточиться на том, чтобы совместными усилиями все-таки сдвинуть с мертвой точки, по большому счету, вопрос, связанный с новой количественной целью в области климатического финансирования. И это действительно задача очень важная, поскольку мы прекрасно знаем, что 100 миллиардов долларов, которые были гарантированы еще в 2009 году на конференции в Копенгагене, с трудом, по разным оценкам, то ли все-таки были предоставлены, то ли все-таки не были предоставлены. С другой стороны, мы знаем оценки ведущих мозговых центров, которые говорят о том, что необходимое для действительно справедливого энергоперехода финансирование должно составлять как минимум 2-3 триллиона долларов, а по прогнозам Маккензи до 2050 года, когда мы должны достичь в глобальном масштабе углеродной нейтральности, суммы называются 175 триллионов долларов. Соответственно, мы делим 175 условно на 25 и получаем искомую сумму, которая, скорее всего, необходима именно для справедливого плавного перехода, который будет сосредоточен не только на вопросах митигации, именно уменьшения выбросов парниковых газов, но и в том числе на достижении задач в области адаптации, перехода до обеспечения доступных технологий, подготовки кадров, так называемый capacity building, то есть вот решение комплексной задачи по глобальной трансформации мировой экономики с учетом потребностей человечества, обеспечения адекватного социально-экономического развития и достижения углеродной нейтральности. Я на этом бы остановился, поскольку я понимаю, что мое время ограничено и нельзя злоупотреблять им. Если будут какие-то вопросы, я бы попросил тогда сразу их задавать, потому что я, к сожалению, вынужден буду убежать в ближайшее время на встречу нашей делегации с таджикской делегацией. Спасибо.
Спасибо большое. Давайте, если есть у кого-то вопросы, пожалуйста, задавайте, потому что, извините, Сергей Борисович сейчас убежит у нас. Спокойно? Спокойно, хорошо. Да.
Здравствуйте, Сергей Борисович, очень рад вас видеть. Хотел задать вопрос относительно вот пересчета новых выбросов пересчетов выбросов в России, которые сейчас вот были сделаны в том числе по заявлениям РАН. Вот эти новые кадастры, которые мы сейчас подали, они как-то поменяли нашу переговорную позицию по вот каким-то основным трекам? И вообще вот это новые данные о том, сколько в России сейчас ежегодно производится выбросов и сколько мы в предыдущие годы их произвели благодаря и сниженные данные, они как-то, в принципе, ставят нашу страну в какое-то более выгодное положение на вот этих всех переговорных треках.
Спасибо за вопрос. Наша переговорная позиция исходит из базовых принципов, которые были заявлены давно, в том числе и в рамках принятия Парижского соглашения. Вы знаете, что Парижское соглашение было одобрено вступление в Парижское соглашение Российской Федерации в 3 этапа, что называется. Первый этап был непосредственно на конференции сторон в Париже, когда мы присоединились к консенсусу. Второй раз, когда вице-президент российского правительства Геннадий Хлопонин 22 апреля 2016 года принял участие в официальном вступлении в силу Парижского соглашения в зале Генеральной Ассамблеи. И третий раз, когда, собственно, российское правительство приняло решение, а именно в сентябре 2019 года, о том, что Россия вступает в Парижское соглашение. И в рамках вот, собственно, документа, который был принят правительством Российской Федерации, была оговорка о том, что Российская Федерация вступает в Парижское соглашение при условии, что будет максимально учитываться поглощающая способность российских экосистем. Вот, собственно, пример того, что мы в последнее время наблюдаем в отношении новых результатов, предоставленных Российской академией наук, а именно о том, что поглощающая способность российских лесов на самом деле значительно выше. Это, по большому счету, пример того, каким образом мы, собственно, собираемся работать на этой площадке. С другой стороны, пока это, насколько я понимаю, был осуществлен пересчет с учетом использования российских методик, которые, соответственно, должны быть признаны международным сообществом. Но мы исходим из того, что по большому счету наша позиция на переговорах не изменилась. Мы в любом случае ведем дело к тому, чтобы российский, так сказать, вклад в борьбу с изменением климата учитывался в максимальной сфере, и мы будем стремиться как раз к этому и в дальнейшем. С другой стороны, у нас сейчас идет подготовка к обновлению АНУВа, и, соответственно, я думаю, те данные, которые предоставила Академия наук, будут учитываться при нашем окончательном решении о том, какие цифры будут зафиксированы в окончательной редакции обновленного АНУВа. Вот если, соответственно, вас удовлетворяет, я бы на этом ограничился.
Есть еще какие-то вопросы? По теме биоразнообразия какие-то вопросы? По итогам? Нет? Тогда, Любович, спасибо огромное, вам хороших переговоров. Володь, можно прошу вас, расскажите, пожалуйста, о том, что... Спасибо большое, передавайте. Я приду, вам приду. От лица клуба мы благодарим вас за то, что поддержали наше мероприятие, благодарим за то, что дали нам площадку для проведения наших круглых столов. Скажите, пожалуйста, что вы для себя рассматриваете с точки зрения переходного этапа от Азербайджана к Бразилии, от Баку к Белену? Какие темы нужно, наверное, уже сейчас посмотреть, подумать для того, чтобы там презентовать в следующем году? Спасибо.
Да, спасибо большое, Сергей Васильевич. Конечно, вот первый раз мы, как организация, международная организация, создали данный павильон. И нам очень приятно, что со всего мира здесь стараются проводить мероприятия по самым разным вопросам. Сессии у нас проводят эксперты практически со всех материков. И это очень интересно, и мы стараемся понять, а что же всех интересует вот на конференции сторон, для чего столько тысяч людей приезжают сюда, и что они хотят донести. И, конечно же, когда мы говорим о подготовке к следующему КОПу, уже 30-му юбилейному, мне кажется, мы как организации, представляющие регионы, все-таки смотрим в первую очередь на эту часть, на региональный уровень, на представленность регионов. Мы здесь практически не видим губернаторов или глав регионов. И это, мне кажется, большое упущение. Все-таки люди в регионах напрямую сталкиваются с изменениями климата. Мы воочию видим, как это все происходит. И на региональном уровне должны приниматься конкретные решения по улучшению жизни людей, по повышению качества жизни, по обеспечению устойчивого развития на региональном уровне. Все, что принимается на международном уровне, на федеральном уровне, реализовывается на местах. И, конечно, вот эта часть очень важна, на мой взгляд. И при подготовке к следующей конференции сторон мы обязательно примем это во внимание и призываем всех, кто заинтересован в наличии арктического павильона, объединиться и создать более масштабную площадку для того, чтобы регионы Арктики, регионы Севера получили как бы большой голос, усилили свой голос. Второе, значит, в 2015 году, как мы все понимаем, были приняты 17 целей устойчивого развития. В следующем году будет 10 лет. То есть Бразилия принимает 30-ю конференцию сторон, и также в Рио были приняты 10 лет назад 17 целей устойчивого развития. И мне кажется, что следующий КОП обязательно должен более широко охватить эту тематику. Как мы достигаем этих целей устойчивого развития, насколько вот изменения климата влияют на достижение этих целей, должны ли мы их корректировать. Если на мировом саммите лидеров эти вопросы будут обсуждаться, это будет очень хорошо, станет хорошим ориентиром. Конечно, сейчас Сергей Борисович сказал, что пока даже нет четкого понимания, как будет финансироваться все эти проекты, мероприятия по преодолению изменений климата. Это, конечно, грустно немножко слышать, но я надеюсь, что сильные мира сего все-таки возьмут, найдут консенсус в этом направлении. И опять-таки, понимая, что В основном развитые страны должны поддерживать те страны, у которых больше и последствий изменений климата, развивающие страны. Все-таки я хотел бы обратить внимание и на регионы самих развитых стран. Почему нельзя поддерживать мероприятия по минимизации последствий изменений климата в регионах развитых стран через неправительственные организации? Нам бы хотелось как наблюдателям быть более активно вовлеченными во всемирное движение по преодолению последствий изменения климата и как-то влиять на принятие решений и на реализацию конкретных мероприятий на региональном уровне. Вот, конечно, вот те посылы, которые мы сейчас понимаем, и потому что здесь выступали много представителей коренных народов. Несколько сессий мы уже провели по этой тематике. И изменения климата скажутся ну, уже сказываются на жизнь их сообществ, на их общин, и они очень сильно обеспокоены этим делом. Ну и, конечно, вот несколько сессий было по критическим минералам, как добывающие отрасли должны работать, как должен быть обеспечен кадровый потенциал. Много-много вопросов, но на Бразилии все-таки вот цели устойчивого развития, региональная вовлеченность, общемировое движение, использование потенциала неправительственной организации наблюдателя рамочной конвенции ООН по климату. Ну, вот такого моего видения пока.
Спасибо вам огромное. Более того, огромное спасибо за то, что вы на своем арктическом павильоне позволяете проводить мероприятия, связанные с более широкой повесткой. И, конечно, по финансовой составляющей у нас тоже будет круглый стол здесь через 2 дня. Мы проговорим еще и на эту тематику.
Буквально вот еще одна. Было бы очень хорошо, если бы в принимающей стране во время конференции сторон проводилась бы хотя бы одна конкретная акция как бы по минимизации изменения климата. Какой-то пример показать. Ну вот это так, чисто для обогащения программы конференции. Спасибо.
Спасибо огромное. Екатерина, можно попрошу вас рассказать, что вы с точки зрения и, наверное, организации, которая является частью государства, а также вы видите бизнес, то, что делает, что вы видите для себя с точки зрения перехода от конференции 29, которая сейчас проходит, но здесь в Баку, конференции 30, юбилейной, которая через год пройдет у нас в Белене, Бразилии. Какие темы, может быть, нужно уделить особое внимание или на чем сосредоточиться?
Спасибо большое, Сергей. Спасибо за приглашение принять участие в такой замечательной дискуссии. Наверное, как предыдущие спикеры уже сказали, я с ним не могу не согласиться, что непонятно, чем закончится этот КОП, но давайте пофантазируем о следующем. Если вы помните российский павильон в прошлом году, то, конечно же, все гордились, и даже на стене была вывешена новая климатическая доктрина, которая была принята в прошлом году. Мне кажется, что в этом году вот такого какого-то прорывного одного успеха именно с точки зрения нашей повестки внутренней, которая бы, конечно же, билась бы с международной, нету, и поэтому есть какие-то решения, которые были приняты в этом году, они точечные, законопроекты, подзаконные акты. Мне кажется, что в следующем году можно было бы, конечно же, принять во втором чтении законопроект по лесоклиматическим проектам, заметно его доработав, потому что в том виде, в котором он сейчас есть, это, конечно, никуда не годится. Мне кажется, что лесоклиматические проекты, в принципе, они выросли из статьи 63.1 Лесного кодекса, которая изначально, в принципе, предполагалось, что будет ссылка в будущем, когда в Лесной кодекс внесут изменения, именно сделав акцент на лесоклиматические проекты, конечно же, было понятно, что будет отсылочная норма к этой статье, потому что, в принципе, наверное, других способов, кроме лесовосстановления, лесоразведения, спасения от пожаров, от вредителей и так далее, невозможно придумать, каким образом еще можно проводить лесовосстановление. Но здесь, конечно же, большой вопрос стоит в том, что то, что сейчас компании делают, ну, во-первых, это все добровольно у нас в стране, да, и, конечно, сложно понять, как в будущем это будет биться, когда все это регулирование будет введено императивно. сложно, в принципе, понять здесь, где вот эта вот грань существует между естественным и искусственным лесовосстановлением. В принципе, как компании должны его проводить, как компании, которые не имеют компетенции в том, чтобы проводить такие работы, должны их проводить, сдавать и нести за это ответственность. Здесь очень много вопросов. Я считаю, что тот законопроект, который сейчас лежит в Государственной Думе, он совершенно не жизнеспособен. Второй, наверное, но мне кажется, что его нужно уже доработать, потому что сколько он уже, по-моему, 1,5 или 2 года лежит в комитете. Мне кажется, что нужно над ним поработать и, может быть, до следующего КОПа попробовать его принять. Мне кажется, вполне себе реально. Второй, наверное, как вы уже сказали, что член общественного совета при Росneдрах, я не могу сказать про недропользование. Мне кажется, что вторым, может быть, здесь не таким прорывным аспектом, это могла бы стать закачка СО2 в пласт. В принципе, много компаний уже проводят подготовительные работы, имея огромный потенциал в этой сфере с точки зрения того, что Россия богата подземными хранилищами газа. Здесь только единственное, нужно, конечно же, с правовой точки зрения определиться. Закачка СО2 в пласт — это что? Это какая-то сфера, которая связана с отходами, это какая-то сфера, которая связана, в принципе, что это такое? Это подземные хранилища газа, да? То есть здесь должно пойти регулирование именно у нас в стране. И, наверное, как представитель, в том числе и химической компании, бизнеса, я бы, наверное, сказала, что Россия, в принципе, богата не только лесными ресурсами, но в том числе и сельскохозяйственными землями. И мне кажется, что вот то, что у нас на стратегическом уровне, в стратегических документах, в климатической доктрине, в законах, подзаконных актах отдельно выделяются лесные экосистемы. Мне кажется, что здесь еще можно выделять и сельское хозяйство, да, особенно с точки зрения то, что в прошлом году на КОПе была подписана декларация по сельскому хозяйству, продовольственной безопасности. Соответственно, здесь можно было бы тоже с точки зрения Российской Федерации усилить свои стремления в этом направлении, в том числе, может быть, более как-то тщательно проработать тематику по внесению тех или иных инновационных удобрений, которые бы позволяли бы снижать выбросы парникового газа при выращивании тех или иных агрокультур. Но здесь, мне кажется, что нужно проводить некие исследования, которые уже проводятся, конечно же, безусловно, на базе карбоновых полигонов. Наверное, это все из моих фантазий по поводу КОПа следующего.
Спасибо огромное. Алексей, честно, будет несколько вопросов. Начнем с самого простого. Учитывая то, сколько КОПов кто-то уже видел, да, отличается ли чем-то Азербайджан от всех предыдущих?
Не от всех предыдущих, но от большинства отличается, что у него есть одна непосильная задача – принять финансовую цель Парижского соглашения. В Парижском соглашении 3 цели. Первая – по ограничению глобального потепления, все его знают. Вторая – адаптационная цель, и она в прошлом году была сформулирована в виде приоритетов, и было назначено, что теперь надо финансовую. Но это непосильная ноша, не то что для Азербайджана, даже если бы это принималось, скажем, в Пекине, да, или в Москве. Это как каким-то ядовитым облаком накрывает все.
Хорошо. Следующий вопрос. А что происходит на этом КОПе? Что происходит с решениями? Были уже приняты? Что-то ждем? Прокомментировать те вещи, которые мы видим сейчас?
Да. Хочу начать, так сказать, с чего-то радостного, и тут хотели начать, и начали с чего-то радостного. То есть были подготовлены надзорным органом по статье 6.4, и это международные проекты по снижению выбросов парниковых газов. Они, конечно, эта система добровольная. Это, по сути дела, строится еще один добровольный углеродный рынок, но под эгидой ООН, значит, с неким большим престижем, большей привлекательностью с точки зрения имиджа. И от документов по методологиям были готовы и, в общем, уже согласованы. И очень хорошо, что Азербайджан, президент решили, а давайте-ка мы их примем с сразу. И тут же нет разногласий. И стукнул молотком, чтобы начать с чего-то позитивного. Потому что дальше, опять же, вот это ядовитое облако целей. Да, по 6.4 сейчас переговоры идут. Там есть не простые вопросы, но технические. Так я бы сказал, технико-юридические. Уверен, что это примут, как и 6.2, а это передача между странами не проекты, а просто углеродных единиц. И, надеюсь, в следующем году, не дожидаясь Белена, уже будет работать международный реестр и уже будет работать, пойдут первые транзакции. Так, пусть самые простенькие, но пойдут. Теперь, ну что, наверное, про финансовую цель. В финансовой цели есть два главных затыка. Это число и это кого считать. Донорская база, так называемая. Сергей Борисович здесь уже говорил, что очень сложно цифра и дата. Ну, судя по всему, если не будет ни цифры, ни даты. Но есть ли компромиссные варианты? Есть, да. Например, можно сказать, что надо переходить от миллиардов к триллионам на горизонте середины века и уточнять это численно каждые 5 лет. А на следующие 5 лет, скажем, через 5 лет, принять цифру, скажем, 200 как индикативную. Компромиссная. Согласятся со страны? Думаю, нет. Увы. И это значит, что это перекочует и ядовитым облаком накроет Белен. Но, конечно, хотелось бы, чтобы вот такая вот цифра... Теперь, что касается донорской базы, тоже совершенно понятно, что не согласятся ни Китай, ни другие страны, ни Южная Корея, Саудовская Аравия, которые никаким порогом, ни с чем. Нужно найти какую-то устную формулировку. Ведь понятно, что выделяют эти страны деньги, выделяют и много. Будут выделять тоже. Нужно вот обойти вот эту политическую компоненту. Скорее нет, чем да. Можно ли принять какие-то решения? Можно по прозрачности, по долям адаптации и митигации. В идеале это поровну, Сергей Борисович совершенно прав. По грантам и по займам, льготным, конечно, коммерческий займ не может учитываться. Но тут скорее негативное. Теперь то есть это может помешать Белену. Ну как, что значит помешать Белену? Беленская конференция позиционируется как природная и финансово-инновационная. Но если у нас есть опять эта давлеющая финансовая цель, тяжело будет продвигаться по этому направлению. Теперь еще один трек, так называемый Just Transition или же справедливый переход. Вот справедливый переход, он... Справедливый переход чего? Ряд стран так называемого глобального Запада, как говорит Сергей Борисович, говорит, ну вот шахтеров, конечно, надо спасти, они остались без работы. Но надо гораздо шире шахтеров. И даже гораздо шире энергетики, включая жизнь людей. Люди и природа. Это тоже часть справедливого перехода. И вот задача здесь построение некого мостика, чтобы в документах по Just Transition было тоже вот эти, так сказать, вещи среди приоритетов. Люди и природа. Люди и природа. Вот это вот важный момент.
Когда мы говорим о Белене, да, мы говорим о том, что это будет природное решение, а что может войти в повестку дня, на что нам нужно обратить внимание?
Конечно, природные решения, всевозможные, так сказать, схемы финансирования мы должны добиться, не то что обратить внимание, чтобы это было не только для лесов Амазонии. Понятно, к ним будет особое внимание. Понятно, к тропическим лесам будет особое внимание. Лесам Конго, Заира, Индонезии, безусловно. Все экосистемы должны туда быть включены. Да, мы как Россия и как Арктика, среди Арктики нет стран глобального юга, которые были получателями финансовых средств. Мы не претендуем на эти средства, но среди приоритетов это должно быть. Мы сами это оплатим, привлекая те или иные средства нашего бизнеса, государственные средства, так. Но мы должны понимать, что не может быть забыты даже арктические экосистемы в таком вот, так сказать, создании систем, финансово-природной системы, грубо говоря, спасения лесов Амазонии. Кстати, если мы посмотрим на прогнозы климатические, то леса Амазонии, вы, наверное, вот сейчас удивитесь, будут страдать от засух. Это, конечно, такая засуха, которая, скажем, для Москвы безумное количество дождей, не говоря уже о скажем, там, в Ставропольском крае. Но для лесов Амазонии это засушливо. Это засушливо, они будут от этого страдать.
И еще один вопрос, который я хотел бы задать, и потом перейти к вопросам из зала, если они будут. А, В Казанской декларации БРИКС у нас первый раз прозвучало, что мы поддерживаем Индию в качестве выдвижения на, по-моему, 28-й год или 29-й, если не
28-й.
28-й год.
Да.
То есть фактически у нас первый раз на моей памяти появился какой-то горизонт планирования на период больше, чем от конференции к конференции, чем годовой. Может ли здесь что-то, в данном случае Российская Федерация, учитывая огромное количество любимых наших обсуждений, что в рамках БРИКС мы договоримся, и в рамках БРИКС мы будем выдавать одну единую позицию от всех, можем ли мы действительно что-то сделать? Или по-прежнему эта история останется так, что у нас переговорный трек в рамках БРИКС он один, переговорный трек в рамках конференции сторон по климату он совершенно другой?
Да нет, конечно, можем. Другое дело, что это сложилось еще 30 лет назад, группа 4 стран, ведущих стран в БРИКС, кроме России. Это было исторически сложилось, и они выступают вместе, Китай, Индия, Бразилия, ЮАР. Позиция России в очень многих случаях, почти во всех, близка, очень близка. Но как бы юридически мы отдельно. Ну и что? Давайте продвигать смысл, а не юридическую букву. Так, это мы можем. Теперь, конечно, надо глядеть дальше. Потому что вот Белен, ну или, может быть, даже Рио-де-Жанейро, тут ходили слухи, что Белен слишком маленький город для этого. Так? Следующая конференция, не знаю точно, два претендента – Турция и Австралия. Если Турция, то, наверное, большее внимание будет уделено. Вот Сергей Борисович говорил про Анувы, так? Но ведь их страны подадут только в самом конце 2025 года. Конечно, хорошо бы их в Павильоне анализировать. Скорее всего, это будет еще не случиться. А вот в том году, в 26-м, конечно, да. И тут, конечно, мы должны, так сказать, у нас наверняка будет сильный Анув, и мы должны его продвигать и пропагандировать, это да. Если Австралия, то другая радость – океаны. И вот тут мы должны добиться, что наш маленький Северный Ледовитый океан занял должное место. Это безусловно. И уже потом Индия. Индия – второе подведение итогов. Вот здесь страшные бои. Подведение итогов должны иметь главным компонентом финансы или все в целом? Развивающиеся страны настаивают, что финансы. Глобальный Запад – нет. Как бы все, то есть размазать, уйти от этого ответа. Но это уже прослеживается на 20... еще же одна, извините, я перепутал, 28-й год, а есть же 27-й. Это Африка, это адаптация. А про адаптацию, не нужно повторять очередной раз, что я вообще считаю, что сейчас для России период адаптации, осознание адаптации, простых, наглядных адаптационных проектов, которые просто вот лежат на ладони, их надо делать. В области жизни людей, компаниям тоже нужно делать, в области здравоохранения, это очень важный момент.
Спасибо большое. Есть ли какие-то вопросы у наших слушателей? Тогда что могу сказать? Спасибо огромное. Спасибо еще раз Фактическому форуму за организацию данной площадки. Это первый наш стол, который мы открыли нашу серию, которую будем проводить в течение следующих нескольких дней. Поэтому спасибо большое. Вкратце мы затронули уже не только Баку-Белен, мы затронули Баку-Индия на период 4 года. Посмотрим, соответственно, что будет дальше. Спасибо вам всем за участие.
Да, 28-й, конечно. В цифрах можно запутаться без шпаргалки.
Mhm.
Hi, Jane. Hi, Fahad. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم
Good morning, good afternoon, and a good evening, my colleagues. Thanks for joining our today's event titled Renewable Energy as a Catalyst for Sustainable Community Development. I'm Katalia Han, Advisory Board Member of UV Society, SDG7 Youth Constituency for Oceania, and World Bank MT Climate Ambassador of Australia in 2024. I'm the MC of today's session. Our session underscores the urgency and the necessity of integrating renewable energy with nature-based approaches to empower sustainable development of local communities and ethnic groups across emerging markets and developing nations. The session also highlights the significance of collective actions on safeguarding access to affordable clean energy and necessary training to ensure intergenerational equity and gender equality, as well as restore ecological equilibrium. From today's event, you are anticipated to hear the opening remarks from Rohit Kumar, followed by a panel discussion consisted of youth experts from BRICS YA, SDG 7 Youth Constituency, and so forth. Owing to unexpected family emergency and time clash, two of our panelists are unable to make it today. One is Sheriff and the other one is Vikrant. I'm so sorry for that. As an alternative, Dr. Solsen, we're very glad to have you here to sit with us on the panel to address the questions. Thank you so much for coming. Last but not least, you will also hear project and climate initiative launch in the end. Without further ado, please allow me to briefly introduce Rohit Kumar. Rohit Kumar, with over 2 decades of experience, is the Secretary General of the Carbon Markets Association of India, CMAI, dedicated to India's net zero future. His extensive background includes roles in project development, sustainability, and SDG implementation. Formerly associated with the Chamber of Commerce, he organized initiatives like Swachh Bharat campaign, recognized by the Vice President of India and the United Nations. Rohit Kumar is a leader in B2B, B2C, and B2G initiatives. Let's welcome him to present his opening remarks. Mr. Kumar, please.
You have a presentation also, yeah. So. Yeah, you can hear me now. Great. So first of all, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity, Catalia and Northern Forum, SDG 7, and other organizers. And this session, we are really focusing about renewable energy as a key source for mitigating the climate change. So, so in this presentation, we'll give you complete background, and also we'll able to present a good case study, which will really help us to understand that how such small actions and integration at the grassroots level can mitigate the climate change. So in this presentation, we'll discuss about regarding the Arctic Pavilion, what are the Arctic is facing challenges, as all of us know is very well, but we'd like to start with these challenges. Then we will discuss about the solution and also discuss about CMAI and one of the key initiatives at the grassroots level, which is going to happen and very soon. And we already implemented such initiative in India and Africa. So we are an industry body. So we have a large member base and across sector. So starting from petroleum industry, starting from renewable energy companies are member, transport sectors, government bodies, and also NGOs and institutions have joined us. We are the platform where we really discuss about empowering all stakeholders to mitigate the climate change, and where the carbon funding has to play a very important role, because additional finance is going to make their life easier to implement those projects at the ground. And our aim is to lead towards net zero future. And our focus area is largely industry per se. And we are also technical committee member for most of the government institutions, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Power, and also Ministry of Agriculture, and Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, where government is going to place policy level development in India. And our key members are like India's leading company like Reliance, Tata, Mahindra, NTPC, Expansive, Trafficura, and many more. And we have reached out, our presence is there in more than 1 lakh industries. And those industries are largely large industry as well as MSME as well. So in the field of carbon project development, we're able to do 3,500 carbon projects in 16 countries, which were able to mitigate 220 million tons of greenhouse gas in this planet. And our focus area is capacity building, policy advocacy. And we also develop few knowledge report, which is really helping to do the project development, implementation, as well as policy formation. And our new initiative is carbon neutral services, which will able to make our any activity decarbonize. And we're also organizing delegations so that we can really foster the dialogues. And bilateral, multilateral collaboration is going to be a key role. And it is already announced in the COP that Article 6.4 clarity about carbon market is there. So there are a lot of work we can do in this space together. So this is the area where CMI is largely working closely and multiple countries, starting from US, Korea, Japan, Singapore, and all these countries are willing to work together, develop many more projects, and also these projects is going to help those countries to transfer carbon credit from India to those countries to meet their NDC goal in coming days. So these are eminent members with CMI is. There are many more companies are joining CMI. And our purpose is that we all can work together for green transition to achieve decarbonization and net zero. So we all know that about how Arctic warming affect the global warming. And these are some of the statistics we got, that Arctic Sea is shrinking by 13% per decade, more heaters. If no ice, more global warming. So everything is interlinked, and it is going to impact everywhere, like a sea level rising there, and it is really going to impact the small islands, and also wildfire. Because of global warming, wildfire chances are more. So we can see that how it is going to impact the entire planet in every space. And we also know that there is a lot of development happen in this space, and the Arctic Council has been formed. Arctic policy of the European Union has been developed 2018, and the Greenland Declaration is also developed. So a lot of positive steps are already there. And this is quick glimpse about climate change. We all know that what is the impact of climate change, and if we'll not stop right now, the sea level will rise 1 to 4 feet by 2100. So this is the challenge we are facing right now, and it is completely into the Arctic or Antarctic. This is the rising sea level. These are statistics, and this statistics really shows that there's a direct correlation between carbon dioxide emission and the sea level rise. So, and these are the important greenhouse gas. Would like to share that. And all this greenhouse gas, there are 7 greenhouse gas. This is causing the environment and the global warming concerns, and in which the primarily 3 greenhouse gas is in our life, which is called carbon dioxide, which really happen from transport, fossil fuel, and coal and crude oil. Methane, CH4, really happens in agriculture, landfill, and natural gas system. And N2O is nitrous oxide, generally happens in agriculture, soil, manufacturing, and the cars. So these 3 greenhouse gas are major concern, while other greenhouse gas are banned in some of the countries. This really give the idea that which greenhouse gas are more dangerous. Like if there's 1 ton of methane, which is 28 times equivalent to carbon dioxide. So methane is 28 times more dangerous than carbon dioxide, and nitrous oxide is 265 times more dangerous compared to carbon dioxide. So to see the global warming and global challenge, a lot of activity has already done in this planet. And we really appreciate that US EPA has been formed. The UN Conference on Human Environment has been developed in 1972. 1979 World Climate Conference has been done. Then International Conference on Assessment of Role of Greenhouse Gas in Climate Variation and its impact in 1985, 1987. Our Common Future has been developed. IPCC establishment had happened in 1988, Earth Summit 1992, and 1997 Kyoto Protocol, and 2015 Paris segment, which is more relevant for carbon market also. So in this development, there are 3 kinds of carbon market has been developed. First is that compliance carbon market has been developed, which is primarily focusing on to meet the countries to meet NDC goal. And there are 2 other markets are there, which is well-established market, which is called National Voluntary Carbon Market, as well as International Voluntary Carbon Market. So these 3 markets are giving opportunities to generate carbon credit and carbon funding to most of the countries. In case in some countries there is no compliance carbon market, the only voluntary carbon market is a great opportunities. So quickly, we'd like to share that what is carbon credit and what is carbon offsetting. Carbon credit is equivalent to 1 metric ton of CO2 equivalent greenhouse gas. And carbon offsetting is a reduction or removal of emission of carbon dioxide. This terminology is really very famous now. Everybody is talking about carbon credit, carbon offsetting, and every company has to meet the NDC goal to do such activities in coming days. We discussed about 3 carbon markets, so I will skip the slide. So this is a very important slide to address that how carbon market really operates. So Article 6.2, there is ITMO, is a bilateral collaborations really happening. So there's some countries like Switzerland and Peru has done the agreement on Article 6.2. ITOMO's credits is also helping Corsia airline sector. Then all these projects which is going to happen at the grassroots level can going to help other countries, other sector as well. And all these countries and companies is going to help those project developer in terms of carbon funding. Then there's Article 6.4 is already in the functional in this COP. In the first day, we have announced that Article 6.4 methodology has been approved. So I'm thinking that this market is going to give large funding to various countries. Earlier, Article 6.4 market was around, for India, it is around $10 billion market. And India has 17% share, so it is nearly equivalent to more than $100 billion market as earlier. Then there's a voluntary carbon market, which is well established, and voluntary carbon market is expected to go $200 billion by 2030. And right now, it is only $2 billion. So that kind of development, we are thinking this market to grow exponentially, develop more projects, get more carbon funding in coming days. So, so these are the standards where carbon projects can be registered, and CMAI is helping those organizations to register those projects in VCS, Gold Standard, Pure Earth, Global Carbon Council, and many more. So this is the development. I will start the positive development happened in this COP. And in this development, the foundation of carbon market has been discussed. This is the UN carbon market, United Nations carbon market. Now this is going to help many more projects to develop in coming days. And it is also have a great economic impact, like 250 billion annual reduction for NDC cost because of buyer-seller development connect program. So we will also save money in terms of decarbonization and more focusing on carbon removal standards in compared to carbon reduction standards. So I'm sure that large number of projects is going to happen in the removal side in coming days. And it is also aligned with the voluntary carbon market. Earlier, voluntary carbon market and UN carbon market was different. Now they have aligned together so that this market can really help developing nation in the big way and help them to get funding. So the two more on announcement was there in this COP. I tried to jot it down, which is ADB Bank has placed that 3.5 billion funding and for addressing the impact of melting glacier has been done. And also small island developing states. Some development has happened. The policy formation is going to happen in this space. So two development we have tracked. I'm sure that many more development is going to happen in coming days in this space. Yeah, sorry. So I've discussed about, this slide is important. The two kind of projects in the carbon space is happening. And where the renewable energy is a big project, now I'll come to the renewable energy side as well. And renewable energy projects provide affordable and clean energy, as we know that, and build more specific, stable infrastructure and displace fossil fuel from the planet. And these are the projects where can be developed in the renewable energy space, which is called grid-connected solar projects, large number, wind energy, hydro energy, and bioenergy. So all these projects are able to get carbon funding. So CMAI is closely working with the project developer so that all these projects can be identified and help them to get additional finance. So renewable energy is playing big role in terms of reducing carbon emission, decarbonization of the power sector, and also electrification of other sectors, especially transportation sectors, which is also causing around 4% of emission to the planet. And environmental benefits are very large, like biodiversity preservations and shifting to the global energy mix as well, because large energy is fossil fuel. And the best important part is that it also promotes and supports circularity of economy and sustainability. So it also provides a lot of SDG benefits as a renewable energy sectors and at large. And there are, I think, more than 8 SDG is directly, indirectly connected to renewable energy sectors. And this is a case study I'd like to share with you that is really interesting where CMAI is working nowadays. And this case study is, we are talking about renewable energy cooking. And it's really implementing in the grassroots level. And I'm sure that in coming years, we are going to develop more than 1 million households in India for such projects and also in Africa. So this device is, we are working closely with our partner, Indian Oil. And this device is called Solar Cook Stove and also working in the hybrid mode. So in case there is induction side is also, and many country has decided like Nepal, Bhutan, and other countries where large number of energy is the hydro energy. So this cook stove is going to help completely based on renewable side And this cook stove has multiple benefits as it is really going to help in all areas, like energy efficiency, also long span. It is also portable, and solar energy is the key source. It's also solar charging battery station, and strong body, and also best fit for local and rural household. So this has been implemented in some of the household where community is using and they are accepting is 100%. They're liking this kind of device. And they also cook variety of dishes and absolute zero smoke. So a lot of lung disease problem concerns are addressed. Woman is saving more time because she used to spend 4 hours in collecting biomass from the forest. It's also giving the less burden of the forest. And these devices are very efficient, and because it is also working on electricity, is a hybrid mode. So these are the multiple benefits around these kind of projects are there. So our first project with a partner is implemented in one of the states in India, and we have deployed 100 such device. And after this pilot, and this project is also coming under Paris Agreement Article 6.2 and 6.4 for the country. So it also gives the provision to large number of corporates and enterprise to develop the project in India and get the credit, and those credit can transfer as per ITMO to respective countries to meet their countries' NDC goal. So this is very win-win propositions, and government has recently announced this technology as a part of Paris Agreement. So there are multiple core benefits as we discussed, and it is also giving the less burden to the government regarding the health infrastructure. Earlier, this because of biomass cooking, a lot of health disease and concern was there, and it also gives a significant contribution towards a global mission to reducing greenhouse gas. As per recent study, the 2% global emission is happening because of non-clean cooking activities. And these are the SDG goals as we discussed, directly, indirectly. And all these projects are very good in terms of carbon credit, because it is not only going to reduce the greenhouse gas mitigation, but also giving multiple benefits to society, communities, and environment. Social benefit, economic benefit, and environmental benefits. So I've also done a little case study about this project. So from the carbon funding, if you deploy such projects, and for the carbon funding, this project is able to get 5 years break-even. So even if you'll provide this project to community free of cost, we're able to get the funding back on the carbon credit from 5 years' time. And since this device, we can use it for more than 20 years. So it also gives the opportunity for investor to invest in this project, meet their company ESG goal, and also helping communities and getting fund from the climate finance. This is a very interesting slide about how renewable energy is going to help net zero goal. So this slide is really talking about the first two color, you can see that pink and blue. These are emissions happening from CO2 in this planet, and largely because of greenhouse gas. And gradually, when the world is moving towards net zero by 2050, this side. So we can see that how fossil fuel reduction is required to meet the net zero to the planet by 2050. And all this reduction is going to happen in the fossil fuel area, and largely because of renewable energy space. So this is the time where world is expected to be 2050 net zero goal, and renewable energy is going to help this planet to achieve net zero goal by 2050, and also carbon capture, utilization, storage technology. So this really shows that how renewable energy can play a critical role for decarbonization of the planet. So yeah, so this last slide, we were talking about how the companies and corporate to achieve net zero goal. So there are 3 kinds of emissions. There's scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions are there. And scope 1, 2 emissions and 3 emissions, in all 3 emissions, renewable energy can play a very important role for decarbonize. And for this, organizations are already understanding the baseline and targets, because everybody has to achieve net zero goal target in certain years. And we also help them to understand the roadmap to achieve net zero goal in coming days. And also we are planning to develop many more offset projects if the organization is not able to meet the net zero goal due to non-ability of such technologies. And after that, we can also identify the greenhouse GHG mitigation projects in the carbon market and sell the credit. CMI is closely working with the corporates for identifying the sustainable projects and also optimize CSR in the carbon market space, promoting clean cooking technologies and other green technologies. and also helping MSME for decarbonization and leverage digital platform. And we're also organizing various programs like India Climate Week, Carbon Policy Development Conclave in coming days. So last slide, we discussed about the youth importance, that how youth can play a critical role in this space. So I'm sure that there's a large number of capacity enhancement activities required for youth. We recently launched a campaign called Live, which is launched by our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Modi. And it's really talk about lifestyle for environment, where every action, there are 75 actions we have tracked, where every individual can play a critical role, where the youth can play a very important role and create this moment around the world. And we also aim to do practical knowledge and learning and research and development, where such projects can be implemented. So we're also doing workshop. We're also doing some youth capacity building education program, where CMI is doing certification with the large education institutions in India. And we also empower youth and for the green transitions, because the large number of projects we are developing, we are primarily giving responsibility for youth for those implementation. Yeah. So that was the last slide. Thank you so much. So now I request IUC, can you distribute the jute bag and eco-friendly bag to all the colleagues also? Yeah, so we're carrying from India. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kumar. Due to the time limitation, and also I was just about to ask you the question, like what kinds of keywords you would love to convey to the youth representatives who are currently active in energy sector. But I suppose you addressed the question very well in the last slide. So without further ado, let's proceed with our today's event schedule. So how could young professionals boldly take the lead in energy sector, and how about their key takeaways from their practices in the previous years, what may be still missing in between, awaiting us to make a change for the sustainable development of communities? Now, I can't wait to introduce our today's panel speakers. The first one is Asani Kyrgyzov-Barsky. Please come to the stage. He's the assistant chairman of BRICS YA and also the event coordinator of Arctic Pavilion. We're very glad and honored to invite him to support our event here. Our next speaker, online speaker, Fahad Haider. He is a renewable energy engineer based in Sydney, Australia, originally from Bangladesh. He also runs his own organization, Amnate, to help underprivileged communities with renewable energy. He completed various RE and climate consultancy projects like solar mini grids, battery systems, grid modernization, etc. for development partners such as the World Bank, GCA, UNDP, and so on. He is also an RE educator. He has worked with a Nobel Prize winner. Meantime, he is also a global youth leader of World Bank, Unite the People Global Outshak, YACAP, and Unleash. His value proposition is to bridge the gap between youth, climate, and energy. He completed his master's in renewable energy engineering from the University of New South Wales in 2019 and a Bachelor of Engineering from Macquarie University as a full scholarship recipient in 2013. Our next virtual speaker is Jean Tanaka. Jean is a young expert who promotes environmental conservation through education and industrial infrastructure reform. He is an active member of numerous international youth organizations, research institutions, and initiatives, including SDG7 Youth Constituency for Asia as a regional focal point. He represented the youth at COP26 as a youth coordinator for countries in the Asia-Pacific region. And over the past 5 years, he has contributed to organizing side events and drafting proposals on climate adaptation measures based on scientific evidence and economic rationality on behalf of the research community and youth at multiple international conferences, including the Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development, the UN Ocean Conference, and the High-Level Political Summit. At present, as a consultant for a social infrastructure company, a researcher at a National Research Institute, and a young activist participating in several initiatives at UN agencies, he aims to lead meaningful change in the development of sustainable social infrastructure. Our next virtual speaker is joining Africa. Rinrat Vest is a passionate environmentalist and a seasoned professional in sustainability and energy research. She is the head of compliance, sustainability, and energy research at Niana Energy Limited. She is also volunteering for the SDG7 Youth Constituency as a lead for the capacity building working group. With over 5 years of experience in the energy sector, she focuses on renewable energy development, community development, climate policy, stakeholder engagement, and youth education in the sector. Rinrat is an Open Africa Power Program Fellow, which is a collaborative initiative by NL Foundation and a C4All to empower women and youth in Africa's energy transition. Her commitment centers on educating and building the capacity of youth, raising awareness about the environment and climate change, and promoting the adoption of energy transition technologies. She is actively involved in driving discussions on providing energy access to underserved and unserved communities, tackling energy poverty, and promoting sustainable development. Last but not least, we have Dr. Sosen Alawadi here to sit with us. So she's an environmental sustainability expert, director of consulting department at Eco Code Company in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and head of the impact organization in Egypt. She holds a doctorate in environmental sciences and has held positions with international organizations and ministries inside and outside Egypt. She's now the advisory director for the local community engagement file at the UNCCD COP conference, which will be held in Riyadh, December 2024. So thank you so much to join us and welcome to the stage. Okay, without further delay, my first question will be, how can renewable energy projects contribute to the sustainable development of local communities and ethnic groups, particularly in BRICS plus nations, where economic policies, currency cooperation, and digitalization efforts are trending new growth models? So from your perspective, how you view this question? I would love to pick Asani to be the first speaker to address this question. Thank you.
Yes, sorry. Thank you very much, Katalea, and thank you for organizing this wonderful event. I think we have really a scarcity of time, and therefore, yeah, just 30 minutes and so many speakers. So I think we should probably keep our timing to 2 minutes each. But when it comes to answering the question substantially, I would like to say that like the transition to renewable energy is definitely the trend in all the BRICS countries nowadays. And if we, for example, look at the numbers of the International Energy Agency, in 2023, around 500 gigawatt renewable energy has been added to the global capacity, and most of them were in BRICS countries, with India and China and South Africa spearheading this trend. Renewable energy is a very nice source when it comes to also empowering and giving the electricity to local communities. For instance, in the Arctic, where there is no grid and all the communities live really remote in the like wilderness of the Arctic, like you see on some of the pictures, there is only one possibility to get electricity. Either it is generators that are like then moved, or these are local power plants, smaller ones. And of course, to make a smaller capacity power plant is best when you have a renewable energy. So renewables is definitely something that can give electricity and power to these people. And I would just use this opportunity to present the BRICS Youth Energy Outlook, because this research that has been done by the BRICS Youth Energy Agency this year by our young expert groups also shows and showcases these scenarios of different sectors when it comes to transition to renewable energy. We have a chapter on renewable energy transition here, and it shows that young people can actually show the way of how our communities and our countries, regardless of the continent, can shift to renewables. So this is a really nice question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Asani. And I would love to ask the same question to Dr. Salsen. Could you please provide us with more practical implementation in your workplace and also the local communities within Egypt and the surrounding areas? We would love to hear more stories from you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to this great panel discussion and meeting this all great leaders from different countries, different perspective to see the topic and how to all of us come today to provide our vision and our experience and from our past in our countries to make together a new perspective and a new strategy for the near future or far future. So I'm from Egypt. I born and study there, and now I work in Saudi Arabia. So I came from Africa and go to Asia. In Middle East, especially countries like Egypt or Africa, it's a challenging thing to transfer to renewable energy. It's a good thing and it's a bad thing. But now, these days, it's a very, very good time to start and empower this thing. Renewable energy, it's not just a trend, it's a need in a different perspective. The first perspective I believe in and I try all the time empower it, that it's a solution to reduce our emissions for our planet, for save the future, for make a really impact for reducing the emission. The other perspective I want to mention, that's renewable energy. We can look at it as a tool to make the development and the economical things more eco-friendly and more easy. And when we add renewable energy to the equation, it's very different. Everything will change. We can sit on the table with the economical guy and the industrial field, and we can find the channels to build the future without hurting the planet, without increasing the emissions. So it's the tool to can put together the economical and industrial field with the environmental and the climate change work in all world. I will not be too long, so I will let another colleagues to speak. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much, Dr. Salsen. I really appreciate your detailed answer to this question. And now I would love to forward this same question to one of our colleagues from SDG 7 Youth Constituency, Ringbat. Good morning. I hope I didn't bother you too much in the past few hours. And I would love to tell the rest of the team your story. So please let us know how you view this problem.
Okay, thank you so much, Katalea, for this great opportunity to be speaking at this panel session. So for me, I would say renewable energy projects, it has potential to support local communities and indigenous communities to be able to achieve sustainable development goals by 2030. But for me, I think I want to focus on 3 core areas. So in the area of energy access, so it's very important that we see that there's a need for us to begin to use energy technologies that are coming from sustainable resources, which the renewable energy technologies offers that, because it can help to improve agricultural practices, to reduce food losses, post-harvest losses. And also in terms of, like, for instance, the biogas technology, it can help in waste management, whereby it's supplying biogas for clean cooking and then for electrification. And also, we can also see education playing a key part. So if people do not know about these technologies, they cannot adopt these technologies. So it's very important that we build capacity of people to be able to drive the need to adopt these technologies. And also, I think I want to also talk about finance, because these technologies, we can all agree that it's very expensive to adopt. And so I'm very excited that COP29 is focusing on unlocking finances, where we can firm commitments, where we can unlock finances, thank God for carbon markets, where we can now have access to finance. So these local communities, most of the time, who are most affected by climate change, do not have access to these finances. So how can we ensure that they have access to these finances to be able to adopt these technologies, and then to help them to able to transition and deploy these technologies on a larger scale in their communities? So I think renewable energy technologies, yes, it can help improve their socio-economic livelihood support, and then their lifestyle generally. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ringrat. And I would love to forward the microphone to Jane Tanaka, joining us from Japan. Hello, Jane.
Hi.
Yeah. So from your perspective, how you view this problem, like, because you are actually the regional focal point for Asia at the SDG 7 Youth Constituency, and after hearing the story of Ringrat, I would love to know more about what your insights on this topic. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much. For in the Asia Pacific countries, has some of the to introduce for the renewable energy is expected to create a new industries to generate some new employment in the local communities. And based on some of the report from the finance and World Bank reports, they mention about it's the huge economical impact to introducing onto the renewable energy. It's expected about to the $10 million US per years for each of the countries. And also not only for these kinds of benefit for the economical, but also for the disaster risk reductions is also the quite important vital point to know about the social infrastructures to the entire local communities. Likewise, nowadays for the more than 50 times per year for some of the extraordinary weather had happened in Asia Pacific countries, but some of the countries with some rapid economic growth, such as those in ASEAN region, there's some of the trend to imitate the economic growth models as with the BRICS plus countries, but they also start to focus about the provisions for the disaster risk to not only for the focus on the local residents, but also the ethnic minorities. So I like to mention about to introducing onto the renewable energy is a profit, not only for the environment, not only for the economic growth, and also for some securing to the energy make it stable as a social infrastructures in local communities to enhance the economic growth, and also the taking to some good initiative based on to some result like the hydrogens or geothermals or any other actions to develop to some of the advanced technologies. So, and also the island countries is the renewable energy is a hope, because they do not have any of the resources for the ground resources. So to introducing onto the renewable energy can be solved to the many of the side of the perspective with as any other topic. So that's my comment.
Thank you so much, Jane. And now I would love to challenge Fahad with so many years extended work experience. And in your opinion, what role do you envision energy transition playing to enhance both economic development and social inclusivity? Because you are currently based in Sydney, Australia, with so many years experience in multiple countries. So how you solve this issue and how you view the future of renewable energy?
Thanks a lot, Kat. Thanks for the great introduction and for a very useful and thought-provoking question as well. First of all, I'd like to say we've had some really interesting points from the other speakers already. Like in my notes, I had things about like community development, job creation, economic resilience, and all of these things have already been covered. So I wouldn't really want to spend a lot of time just elaborating on this. Something I would like to focus on is more about the fact that with renewable energy, especially like solar, for example, or smaller wind turbines, let's say, it's decentralized, right? What I mean by that is, let's say for generic, let's say a coal-powered coal-fired power plant, it is centralized. It has to be in one place. But with solar, for example, you've seen that we can install it in remote areas, right? In off-grid areas where pulling the national grid will cost billions of dollars. So this has really helped remote or rural areas. So from this sense, it can help in economic development further. By like something I also want to focus on that I feel we can include a lot more in developing countries is that, again, I've seen this more in the US and Australia, is that we use mobile solar systems. What I mean by that is it's like solar panels on wheels with battery, and then they move it around, they take it to different places, and according to the need, they use it basically. So for example, this can be in a really remote area where you need, in the middle of the field, where you need to run like water pumps to irrigate, right? Or you can use it in other places for community development, where let's say it's a hospital where there is no electricity at the moment, and for the time being you need electricity, emergency electricity. So that can be used as well, more for just to develop the society, for economic development, but also like for social development as well. I feel this is a very important point. The fact that renewable energy, especially solar, it enables us to do this. And obviously, Rinat also covered the fact that biogas, that helps in terms of reducing waste in let's say rural areas, because we all know there is a lot of organic waste from like farming based areas as well. So yeah, these are some really important points. But end of the day, I feel renewable energy is the future. It is where we are heading, more because of the climate change mitigation aspects. And yeah, it needs to be inclusive, and we also need to empower people and encourage and make sure this gets used more in all parts of the world, especially where energy security is a bit limited at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And for the second round of questions, I would love to hear more about all of your recommendations, like what youth can do and what should be changed in the process. And for example, what role do you see for youth in promoting renewable energy adoption within local and marginalized groups? And how can youth-driven initiatives help ensure the benefits of the green transition reach these vulnerable groups? And I would love to start from Jane. So Jane, could you please solve this problem? Take this panel discussion from the second question, like providing your youth insights and policy recommendation.
All right. So for me, there are 2 points for lacking some elements. Well, one point is some sections process for the some stable companies that can achieve the fair trade over decades. Second one is scientific verifications. Likewise, in Japan, for instance, after some great earthquake in 2011, 800 new household electricity providers entered the market due to deregulations. And in Indonesia, 3,000 companies. In Philippines, 600 companies entered the market as well, from the within or some of the outside of the country. However, 70% of these companies withdraw within the 3 years, and price electricity going high and around to the hitting to the $6 per kilowatt hours due to some price of some shortage of the LNG gases due to the invasion of Ukraine and series of some record-breaking abnormal weathers. And also, it has been discovered that many of these companies clear into the forest in the mountains and laying out solar panels without any agreement, and causing to the some frequent landslides and the flood and drought and any of the environmental destructions. So this problem is particularly serious in the Asia Pacific countries, and as an average, 3% of the all forests are being deforested to raise the solar panels for power generation project. And it is necessary to there's some agreement with local residents for the holding to some renewable energy and establishment for the business to capable with environmental conservation. So on-site surveys, and thus maybe the youth members can develop some laws or conduct environmental surveys, so to some decade actions and business entry restriction systems. And youth can maybe some of the release to the public for these kinds of information and making some policy proposals to setting up some laws and frameworks for each of the countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jane. And I would love to challenge Fahad for the second speaker. So you've already shared your insights and work experience in the renewable energy sector. And I would love to know more. If you were the governor or part of the boardroom, then what kinds of policies you would love to change, or what kinds of implementation you would love to advocate in the process? Thank you.
Excellent question again, Kat. The first policy, I would say, I wouldn't call it policy. I'll just make sure there is more capacity building and training sessions in terms of so that we have more experts in the renewable energy field. I feel in terms of implementation, there is a big lacking because, we don't have enough engineers or technical people who will do the implementation, who will do the design, and will do the installs and so on. So I feel like this is very important in terms of having policies where you encourage more capacity building, more training, and so on. But other things in terms of policies, for example, in the NDCs for a lot of countries, we see that a lot of the countries, they are very positive in terms of renewable energy. They're the targets, right? So making it realistic and having a proper plan on how to get this on the way, how to do the implementation of this as well. I feel this is something really important as well. And so basically, if I feel governments, they want to implement renewable energy, they want to install renewable energy, but the roadmap is not there. So just developing a roadmap in terms of installation for solar, wind, but also the other aspects that come with it. So all of these aspects, they need to be sorted out as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fahad and Jane, to provide us with very in-depth youth insights. And, time-wise, I have to say, because we do have a very priceless session to launch very soon, that's pretty much the end of our session. But, throughout the process, we heard the progressive achievement made by CMAI, presented by Rohit Kumar, lessons towards young practitioners working the energy, and we have also deepened our understanding of the vital role of youth as change maker to transform local communities through renewable energy. Here is the last but not still very exciting sector awaiting to be unveiled, which will be presented by Dr. Solsan Alawadi from EcoCode and Ayushi Gao from CMAI. Please come to the stage and announce the new climate initiative from two organizations respectively. Thank you so much.
Hi, good afternoon all. So majorly from the CMI key announcements toward the COP29, which we are doing it up, is firstly is the announcement of India Clean Cooking Alliance, where we will be supporting the 5 million people in remote communities into the affordable modern cooking solutions. Second is a official announcement of the India Climate Week, which we are scheduled for February 2025 to foster the dialogue and boost climate friendly solutions. Thirdly is to the Center of Excellence that is accelerating toward the net zero transition, which we have done a MOU with IIM Mumbai, focusing toward the youth, empowering toward the carbon markets. And lastly, to the Carbon Policy Conclave, which is being planned for May 2025, which is much focusing to the dialogue and accelerating toward the carbon market solutions. So this is on the CMA majors announcement for the 2025 we are being focusing out.
Awesome. Thank you so much,
Thank
Ayushi.
you.
Could you please hand over the microphone to Dr. Salsen? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this great panel. I want to say something very quickly. In Egypt, we provide, for me, I believe that we can work small and impact more. This is my perspective to things. And even in renewable energy, we provide a small solar system on the top of cart, which pulling by donkey to the farm in a village in Egypt to go through the farmers and powering their agriculture machine to empowering the sustainability of the agriculture. So this was a very impactful initiatives. I think it's more powerful than even a big project. So we can also encourage the small things, and if we believe the small things if come together and it's a large numbers of small things, we can reach our goals very quickly, more than we stay and planning to something big. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Solsen, and thank you so much, Asane, for allowing us to have this opportunity to host this event at Arctic Pavilion today. So, in conclusion, this is officially the end of our today's session, and our meeting has been adjourned. Thank you so much for everyone's active participation in our event, and I hope we can gather together again to have another warm discussion on renewable energy and sustainable development for communities. Thank you so much. See ya.
Thank you. I would like to propose a joint photo here in front of.
Oh, yeah.
Can we leave now?
Yeah, I think so.
They
Yeah,
forgot about
that's
us
it.
in the photo.
I think that they're now taking photo sessions.
Yeah, but it was great speaking with all of you on the panel session. Great points from everyone.
Yep, definitely.
No,
Yeah.
thank you. It was a
Yeah.
nice. Winred, we met before. Jane, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Okay,
All
I
right.
think I'll
All
just
right.
go off now. Bye, everyone. Have a great day ahead.
Bye-bye. See
Bye.
you guys later. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Hi, everyone. Hi, guys. How are you? Where are you from? From Zambia, Africa. Cool. Today, we are Clean Energy Ambassadors. Glad you are here. It's our quiz. This quiz is related with renewables and clean energy sources. Before quiz, we'll have little performances of our speakers from Russia, from program Clean Energy Ambassadors. Is a program provided by State Corporate Academy of Rosatom. It's the biggest nuclear operator, nuclear producers in the world. So let's start maybe this side. So here we are, Elizaveta Derevenets and Stepan Shigin. We are moderators today. Okay, now you hear me? Sorry, I only noticed that you have headphones. Okay, so let's start with our first speakers. Katya. She will tell you about hydrogen, digitalization, and nuclear production in Russia. So I think it will be quite interesting for all of you, especially for our colleagues from Africa. A year ago, I went to South Africa, and it was quite interesting. And I knew a lot about your current situation in energy from Nigeria to Zambia, because it was a BRICS summit. BRICS plus all African countries, all African. So I really appreciate once again you're here. So, dear Ekaterina, the floor is yours. So please start.
Hello, everyone. I hope you hear me well. My name is Ekaterina. I'm Clean Energy Ambassador from Russia, and Stepan has already introduced who we are. And actually, I'm going to tell you more about hydrogen and hydrogen for sustainable development in different countries. As we all know, hydrogen was recognized as one of the most prospective resources for sustainable development and energy transition. And a lot of countries are involved and engaged in this agenda. They elaborate different national strategies. So, for example, national strategies of the European Union, of the United States of America, and even of countries from global south, such as China, South Africa. They all include this component of energy mix. And one of the most popular problems in this field are technologies and financial support of these technologies, especially in the global south. And one more important topic is that there are a lot of types of hydrogen, from gray to green, yellow or pink as it's called, and a blue one. They all have emissions, but we should count emissions through the whole, through the whole production, and it's quite. It is quite difficult to count the emissions while production of hydrogen, and this is a challenge for all countries who are developing this type of source. Yes, as for nuclear energy is becoming more and more popular, especially due to some kind of renaissance, because, for example, the United States had some problems with nuclear energy and its development due to financial support of renewables, according to Inflation Reduction Act. And in general, energy strategy of the administration of Joe Biden. But recently it was announced that Microsoft is going to reopen a 3 Mile Island nuclear facilities. In order to have the opportunity to develop AI technologies and in general have the opportunity to be in the agenda. And also Italy announced that they are going to develop small modular reactors that are more and more popular today. And this is one of the most perspective technology of the future that will have to give the opportunity to some towns and some countries that do not have access to electricity to develop the production and in general to be engaged in energy transition, because small modular reactors are more affordable for some countries and they help to decarbonize towns that are located in far from big electricity systems. As for interconnection between digitalization and energy security and energy transition in general, I think we all know that there are 3 Ds of energy transition. These are digitalization, decarbonization, and as I've already mentioned, for example, the United States of America trying to be involved in the agenda of nuclear energy because there is interconnection between developing AI technologies and digitalization. And also digitalization helps us to count CO2 emissions and in general support the activity of renewables and to have such technologies, this is really advantageable and beneficial for all states who are going to make energy transition possible. And now I am going to pass the word to my colleague. 1 second, please. Sorry. This is my colleague, Arseniy Kirgizov-Barsky. He is the organizer of this pavilion, and he's going to dwell on the topic of renewable energy and its perspectives and the role in energy transition of all countries.
Yes, thank you so much. And I would first like to ask to hand me over this book. Sorry. Yes. So I'm from the BRICS Youth Energy Agency, and we are one of the co-hosts of this pavilion. This is partially a youth-led pavilion because many of the sessions, as you can see, are organized by youth for the youth. And this session is also exploring different aspects of clean and low carbon and new sources of energy. So at BRICS Youth Energy Agency, we have been working with this topic for some time already. And at COP20, at COP, we have been working on this for the last 4 years. And the main project we are presenting here is the BRICS Youth Energy Outlook. It is such a research made by our youth community, young expert groups, and some of the young experts who were working on this are even present in this room. I'm really glad about it. So this BRICS Youth Energy Outlook is containing eight chapters, including just and sustainable energy transition, sustainable agri-food systems, climate change, international partnerships, and policy advocacy. This can be found on BRICS-YA website. If you just go bricsya.org, and the research is delving into the aspect of renewable energy. As said, in BRICS countries, renewable energy has been developing really quickly. And in this research, I'm just trying to find this right page. In 2023, according to the International Energy Agency, there was recorded a historic 500 gigawatt of clean energy capacity added worldwide. And out of these 500, in 2023 alone, China, Brazil, and India have been spearheading the movement. So in order to understand how the clean energy sources have been developing in the BRICS countries, you can just look through this very interesting research. And in BRICS countries, there are different like remote communities also, like in Brazil, in Russia, in the Arctic. So therefore, in the Arctic, for example, renewable energy are very new source of energy being used to power, to give electricity to, for example, indigenous communities living far away from the grids. The grid is basically impossible to be used in the Arctic because of such great distances. And therefore, this topic, all in all, is very important for also indigenous peoples to explore. BRICS Youth Energy Agency have been mapping also some local projects like movable solar power plants, like development of wind power plants in the Arctic, in the Russian Far East, and in Brazil. Also, there have been initiatives going on with indigenous peoples, and we have been supporting this, especially with participation of women when it comes to the intergenerational equity with this renewable topic, because renewable energy is maybe one of the few sources of energy that can give us intergenerational equity. But of course, we need to think of responsible development of renewables. In order to get the critical minerals for energy transition, we still need the mining. We need to find this primary source of materials, cobalt, lithium, in order to like mine them, to extract them from earth. There are mines being developed, and of course, when this critical minerals topic is explored, it is also very important for us young people to ensure that the intergenerational equity is also taken into account. Because if a mine is being under development, it will last for generations to come. The next generation will also face these mines being developed on their territories, especially this concerns indigenous peoples in the Arctic, where a large deposits of unextracted renewable energy is located. And therefore, in this BRICS Youth Energy Outlook, we also touched upon this issue. There is a separate chapter on resource management and critical minerals for energy transition, because renewable energy also requires mining, also requires extracting something from earth. It's not that simple, not that clean, that we go from fossil fuels and just make the earth clean. Therefore, just let's think about all these aspects when we think about renewable energy and also about mining. Thank you.
And now we pass to the final part of our session.
Okay, guys, let's continue with quiz. But before we will start, I'll ask you a little question. What facts do you know about Russia? Do you know something about our country? Okay. Biggest one, yeah. A lot of people know that it's very cold. Yeah.
I know Russia has a very outstanding architecture.
Yeah, architecture, ballet, ballerines, a lot of music, as in many countries. Okay, let's switch to our quiz. It will be about Russia a little bit and about clean energy. So let's check our knowledge, your knowledge, our two maybe. Please, here you can see QR codes. So please join our event. And I'll give floor to our second moderator, Elizaveta Drobinets, which will guide you during our little journey. So please.
Thank you, Stefan. Hello, guys. How are you? Are you linked? We are waiting. We are waiting for everyone. So we should discuss energy mix, new technologies. Don't be worried. It would be nice, I think. So if everybody is ready, and we are ready. Yes, we are ready. It's cool. We should start, dear colleagues. And first of all, some rules. You answer the questions, and then the leader with the highest amount of true questions will get prizes from us. And we are ready to start. Simple question, I think. Enter. Dear colleagues, we need a code. We need a code. 1 minute, few seconds. Let's exit. Three, 4, 6, 3, 5, 3, 4, 6, 4, 5, 5. 3, 4, 6 is loading. Resume at start over. Start over, maybe. Dear colleagues. Can everybody play? There are some problems with start the quiz. Yeah, we should answer during. What do you think about solar panels? Yes, it's true.
So I don't know really a lot of technicalities about solar energy, but they work. These are photovoltaic panels, so they work when there is light. It's not necessarily to have like a good amount of sunshine. Okay.
Yeah, we have direct and diffused sunlight, and they can get it. Okay. Just a second. What?
Okay. Okay, guys, little problem. It's okay here at COP and at other events. Please keep a little few minutes, okay? And we are trying to solve this problem, okay? So now,
Let's go to second answer. Second answer, next. Next. Put it next. Yeah. Sorry, guys. It's okay. It's okay. I see. Next. Yes. More true answers. Okay. And we see leaderboard. Okay. Next questions. No, restart. Next questions. Okay. Thank you. 3, 2, 1. Be ready and go. Select all low carbon energy sources. I give you an advice. You should choose 3 true answers. Only 3. Before just 10 seconds, we get the answers of our colleagues, and then you can announce it. Next question. And we should see true answers or not. Okay. Yeah, the here is cool. What percentage of low carbon electricity generation in the world is accounted by nuclear energy? And what answers we have? I don't know. 10 seconds for answer. Faster. What? Oh, I can't give an advice. I can't. So everybody's has an answer, I think. And as I remember, go for next question. %. Yeah, 25%. Arseny, yeah, you know it. Next question. 25%, yeah. Nuclear in low carbon energy sources. Let's go to next question. What percentage of low carbon electricity generation? Repeat. I can read anything. Let's score. What source requires the least area for installation for implementation? The least area. Think about how much territory you need to do something. Oh, you missed. Don't be disappointed. Okay. As I remember, it's about hydro, solar, gas answers here. 5 seconds to answer. Let's check. The leader is Collins. Who are? Oh, yeah. Congratulations for now. It's gas. It's gas. Of course, it's gas. Gas plant. Go to next question. Which industry is the most regulated in the world? We think. Yeah, you're right. But don't give an advice to your colleagues. And I think they know. 5 seconds for answer. Yeah. Okay, next. Let's check our leaders. Let's check true answer. Yes. Oh, Collins, you stay a leader. Yeah. Keep it. It's nuclear energy, and all of you know it. Next questions, be ready. Be serious. Which source is the most expensive to build per 1 megawatt? The most expensive, you should notice something about the efficiency efficiency of this industry? And answer. 5 seconds to answer. So, dear colleagues, let's check. Yep. And this question. The players get answers before me. Our leader is Colin still? Arseny. Oh, incorrect. Oh, but the correct answer is hydropower because nuclear is very efficient, I think, and it was most expensive. Let's see the new question. We have 15 questions in all. Which energy source has the highest CO2 emissions? I think it's simple. 3 seconds to answer. Are you ready? I think we can check. Think about CO2 emissions and the most Collins is tail leader. It's a call. Yeah, you're right. My congratulations to all of you. What energy source besides solar has a lifetime of 25 years? And you should write it down, maybe. So let's check correct answer, dear colleagues. Leaderboard. Some changing. Yeah, it's wind energy, solar and wind energy has 25 years. And next question. What leads in share of primary energy consumption from low carbon sources? There are some countries, as I remember. So you're ready? Yeah? Yeah. Let's check our answers. Yeah, leaderboard. It's Sweden. Oh. Oh no. Maybe. My colleagues helps me to write down questions and I think so. Next. Go next. What leads in share of primary energy consumption from nuclear? I guess you know, yep. 5 seconds for answer. Oh, you are already done. Let's check, please. Oh, Arseny, you know. It's France. It's France. It's France. Remember, just remember. It's educational quiz. Okay. so serious questions about digitalization. What is digital representation of target object with data that provides convergence between physical and digital states with an appropriate synchronization rate? Maybe it's AI or virtual reality or models or twins. You are answered, yeah? Dear colleagues, we can go further and let's check. Is digital twin, you can see on the scheme some model, shadow and twin, they are in full info. Technology exchange. Who is leader? Arseny, but CDC. Collins. What percentage of global greenhouse gas emissions is attributed to AI computation according to current estimates? If you think that's a lot, not a lot. Let's check. Yesterday, I was in session in Japanese Pavilion, and they represents this edition, and less than 1% is connected to AI computation, but it will grow fast. You think about future. Okay, go on, but remember. 3, 2, 1, some questions. How does advanced data analytics specifically enhance grid resilience during the integration of renewable energy? The question from our colleague, Catherine. I think the most difficult questions. So can we check? Yeah, check. All done. Maybe some change in leaderboard. Collins, okay. But Arseny wins by reduce anything. What? Two questions. What percentage of the global Arctic population lives in the Russian Arctic territory? Russian of global Arctic. Murmansk, yeah, to Chukotka, no? Yeah. Northeast. Oh, don't be disappointed. Yeah. 44, the right answer. Maybe, Oh, two of us are leaders. 44%. And as I remember the last answer, yeah, where is the world's only floating nuclear power plant? The world's only. I think in North something. Let's check our answers. And what town you choose? Pivek. Chukotka, Chukotsky Peninsula. The northernmost nuclear power plant, and the name is Academic Lomonosov. Remember this, it's crucial. Thank you guys. We finished our quiz. You're so well done. My congratulations.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you for your participation. Let's see our, Darin, who our winners for today. I hope Collins. No? Collins, Arseni, and who is the first one? Не, Арсений не будет. Okay. Aidan, Collins, and no. Collins, Aidan, and Mansdisi. So you are. Oh, Aidan is the same as Raymond.
Darina, coordinate. So Amazon DC, it's you. So you're the leader. You're the winner. Okay, this is the gift for you from Russia. We have presents for everyone. Just keep a second. It's for suitcase.
Yeah.
With the logo of Mission Impact. And the next person is Collins. We want to give you a present too. Woohoo! На, Маша, раздавай. And the third person is Aidan. No, Aidan and Raymond have the same. Okay, we have two winners and prizes for everyone. This is Sticker Parks and with a great QR code. If you scan it, you will see the Sustainable Leadership course. You can finish it and have a certificate of Impact Manager. So welcome. And also your Sticker Parks for you too. And also the pins of Impact Managers for everyone. Okay, the pins for everyone. Thank you for participation. We hope that you liked it. Thank you.
Be careful. Yeah, there might be. I think now it's okay. Is it? Yes. Be careful here.
Yeah, I mean that. You know that.
Mm. Okay. Mhm. Yes. Okay. I think we have most of the speakers here now. Welcome to the BRICS Youth Energy Agency's event, which is the BRICS Youth Energy Outlook presentation. Actually, BRICS Youth Energy Outlook is one of the flagship projects of the BRICS Youth Energy Agency, which has been, can you hear me? Well, yeah, which has been launched for the first time already over 6 years ago. And now we have had 6 editions of the BRICS Youth Energy Outlook. And the 6th edition was special. Can you hear me?
Here from here.
Okay. And you?
It's there, yeah.
It's early? Okay. So the 6th edition of the BRICS Youth Energy Outlook has been a special one because for the 6th edition, we created the young expert groups of the BRICS Youth Energy Agency on different directions. And at the BRICS Youth Energy Outlook, we have a book where we can see these 8 expert groups represented. And here at the panel, we have wonderful experts representing each of the expert groups. So the expert groups are the following: just and sustainable energy transition, resource management and critical minerals for energy transition, sustainable agri-food systems, climate change, green jobs and skills for energy transition, international partnerships and policy advocacy, nuclear energy and technologies, business in energy. And all of these directions, all of these sectors have been really well explored and well researched by our expert groups, each led by a chief expert and a secretary. And each research group also had 10 members from all around the BRICS countries, both the old ones and the new ones. We now have 10 members, and the Global South countries. So this is a truly breakthrough project, I would say. The BRICS Youth Energy Outlook has already been presented at the BRICS Youth Energy Summit, a flagship event that happened in Moscow in September 2024. And at the BRICS Youth Energy Summit, we had around 100 participants from all the BRICS states and the Global South to speak and explore also different aspects of energy. And the Outlook presentation there happened on the 28th of September, featuring also key aspects. Here at COP, we decided to organize the second round of the presentation of the Outlook because, first, here we have some experts from our expert groups who haven't been present at the summit. And we are really happy to finally meet you in person because all the work in the expert groups was being done in online format. And our researchers, even though working really closely and intensively on these research topics, never met each other in real life. So first opportunity was the BRICS Youth Energy Summit. And now we have another opportunity here at COP where we have at least 10 members of the BRICS YA community present, being representing different organizations and universities and countries, but now we're all united at this panel. So thank you for being here. I would like to introduce our experts finally. First, Yomna El Amravi, Chief Expert of the Young Expert Group of Business in Energy. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Then Katalia Khan, Secretary of the Young Expert Group on International Partnerships and Policy Advocacy. these expert groups has been particularly important for me as a diplomat because I've always considered like partnerships a key cornerstone of the youth energy cooperations, and like just for us. Having all of you here representing different countries and organizations is already means that partnerships and cooperation works. Then Georges Habib, member of Young Expert Group on Climate Change from Lebanon, working in Saudi Arabia, and Mateusz Menezes Asef, member of the Young Expert Group of International Partnerships and Policy Advocacy as well, and Akan Varade, delegate of the 6th BRICS Youth Energy Summit, who has also witnessed all the work being done by BRICS YEA and being engaged in this work. And at the BRICS Youth Energy Summit, we organized some 4 side sessions on this outlook. And I think you might also tell us later about your work on this. Let's start with Yomna. Yomna, when working on business in energy, what did you find as your key findings when like just coming to this scenario analysis, which was included as one of the key parts of the outlook and all the research you did? What are the key findings of your research?
Okay. First, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity and for just the task of coming up with the business energy youth outlook. That was such an experience where we had just a quick recap of the story of our group. We weren't part of the groups. It was only 7 groups, I think. And then once you found a lot of founders for startups, you decided okay, they need a voice. So in the end, we had a new group, and we kind of, at the beginning, we didn't really have a direction. Okay, what do we want to say? What do you want this platform to represent when it comes to the voice of business, youth in the energy market and in climate tech? And in the end, we were like, okay, we want to focus on startups. They need a lot more, they need a much bigger space when it comes to a voice. And we're here at COP29. I think it's very apt where we have to push the agenda for this. And one of the biggest takeaways from the report was that we need a different approach when it comes to SMEs, different from the SMEs in general, especially for energy and climate tech, because it's still a very new sector. It's still pretty much monopolized by bigger corporations. And for startups to push for this, they need a lot more investment and they need a lot more resources than normal SMEs. And especially in this sector, our business models are very, they need a lot of capital and a lot more investment versus other SMEs that could just come up with an app and they're off the ground and they have an MVP that they can sell with. It's different for us, people working in food, people working in agriculture, people working in alternative solutions to sort out the climate agenda. We need a lot more investment, and actually we have it harder, especially after COVID and especially after what's happening in the entrepreneurship scene. Now it's tougher to secure investment. It's tougher to work with the current policy mechanisms. So, and this is one of the biggest things that we came up with, or the recommendations that we had for the report. But what's interesting about BRICS is that we have a different, or one of the most exciting parts was a new order. We're kind of voicing the global south. And we have a lot of resources across these different countries, and with the addition of new countries, they have the UAE and Saudi Arabia, for example, they have a lot more rich ecosystems when it comes to entrepreneurship, and they're pushing the agenda for climate and energy solutions. So we can kind of, okay, we have countries from Africa and we have a lot of populations there. We can utilize these guys, and then we can learn from other countries like China, like India, from the solutions that they have, and then we can secure investment from other countries. We have a lot more active ecosystems when it comes to entrepreneurship, and collectively we can actually push this forward. And that was the main I guess, takeaway from the report. We had to learn a lot and we had to engage with different countries. Like you said, it was very intensive and it was, but also enriching to just deal with these countries and to figure out that, okay, we have the same outlook. We're speaking the same language. We want to push the agenda to move away from the polarized world where the Western agenda is the one being pushed forward. We want to change what's happening. And yeah, I guess this is one of the platforms where we can say that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Yamuna. Yes, indeed, this was a late decision, but the right one to make this business in energy working group possible, to include it in the outlook as a separate chapter. And we are very happy about it because as you said, there are many founders among young people, and we really need to think how young people can push forward the sustainable energy transition, can push forward new and emerging technologies. And if we even look through the outlook, in each and every chapter, we have emerging technologies being actually invented and proposed by young people as one of the key solutions to the energy crisis in different global south countries, and as one of the solutions for actually the just transition. So that's very nice, and the research of your group is an essential part of the outlook now. We hope to continue this business work further on. And now, Catalea, as a secretary of this important international partnership and policy advocacy working group, what do you think are the key findings of your report, and how can partnerships actually build bridges between different parts of the world, different organizations, and between young people and the established organizations, international bodies, and governments?
Thank you so much for the question. Actually, I'm very pleased and honored. I feel extremely privileged to be here because I'm only the secretary of this expert group, because the whole research was done by the entire team, the teamwork led by the chief expert. So, you know, we have new members joining us from the 1st of January 2024, which is Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, and the UAE. And when we wrote the report, we also considered Saudi Arabia. But, you know, in the end, at the conference of 2024 BRICS Summit, they didn't come to the stage. So I suppose they actually encountered lots of pressure from the United States and also the rest of the world. But when we look around and when we do the research through Google, we can see there are lots of prospective members throughout the world. They are keen to join this initiative as the part of the global networks, to be part of BRICS Plus in the near future. Even if the current application process has been halted temporarily, I think that's a new trend for every country who's trying to change, who's trying to lead and soar in the near future, not just to survive, but thrive. So I think that's the core of international partnerships and policy advocacy. And we youth as the change maker, we can do lots of things. We can create green jobs in the energy transition, for just a transition, and also for ecological equilibrium. And we can also innovate technology and create new business model partnerships within our countries, and also have brand new assembly from the rest of the world. And you know what happened recently, that was the sad outcome of the federal election of the United States. Trump will come back again. And we actually don't know what may be happening from the 1st of January 2025. Trump government will definitely reverse the collective endeavors made by all of us. And, you know, what's the meaning, what's the point of collecting everyone and also founding BRICS back in 2009, and also the new development bank previously known as BRICS Bank? We need to think about our initial part and also intention, why we gather together. And it's not necessarily only youth energy assembly or agency. It's actually way beyond that. It's about international relations. It's about geopolitics. And no matter what happened in the rest of the world, especially EU protectionism and de facto, and all of those things, we need to think again. We use what we can do. together to create a new currency to not to challenge, but it's more like a potential alternative or another starting point to shake the Bretton forest system and also to challenge the current position of US dollar. So I think maybe we need to build trust, and also we can do more to mobilize funds to support the existing and upcoming projects across states. So that's what I would love to convey at the current stage.
Thank you. And before we move from you, I have an additional question.
Yes.
Just touching upon a different aspect, a different dimension, I would say even, of the international partnerships and cooperation topic. If we look at young people, young youth organizations, how do you think, maybe you found something in your research, how do you think youth organizations, young people in general, can build this bridge, how build trust, and you know, as you said, in different parts of the world, which is now segmented, there are different youth organizations. Sometimes they don't have any connection to one another. BRICS is also expanding to new countries and new regions. And for us at the BRICS Youth Energy Agency, for example, it might be difficult to just identify who leads the energy cooperation in this country from the youth side. What instruments do you think we as BRICS YEA or other youth organizations can utilize in order to find these partners in new parts of the world, in order to build partnerships and cooperate with one another on such a global forum where everyone is present?
Okay, that's a very good question because, you know, when we talk about the partnership and cross-sectoral collaborations and also interstate and beyond corporations, we need to challenge each other, like, what's your intention to do that? So I suppose it's a long way to go, but we do have existing initiatives like Student Energy and all of these youth-led organizations and initiatives. For example, UNCCD, they will be hosted in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, very soon next month. And before doing that, they also have the Youth Summit. They support funds to ensure that like 50% of the participants must be from Africa, and the remaining 20 will be from Latin America and the Caribbean area, and around 10 to 20% participants are from across Asia Pacific. So as you can see, they do have the selection priority and criteria, which one should be prioritized as per the definition of IMF and the World Bank Group. So that's the guidance and indicators we need to look into. And while speaking of the collaboration across youth-led organizations and climate initiatives, we actually have the one common goal, which is GHG emission mitigation, adaptation, and loss damage. We need to cover all of these topics, and energy, renewable energy, affordable clean energy, clean cooking. That's the center of what we are currently looking at. And artificial intelligence, technology, and all kinds of innovations should be bolstered and also empowered to move forward. And youth should be, you know, amplified to keep this momentum to move forward. Yes, that's pretty much what I learned and also understand throughout the process.
Thank you very much, Catalia. And George, if you don't mind, we will come back to you in the next moment. First, I would like to ask Mateusz, as he just represents the same working group, the International Partnerships and Policy Advocacy, so that we don't switch the topic so radically further to climate change. When it comes to your experience participating in this research, what do you think also, like, just tell us about your experience participating in such a global initiatives as the BRICS Youth Energy Agency's Outlook, and what did you learn from it as just a young person, a young researcher from your country?
Sorry, just the last part didn't hear me.
Yes, what did you learn from this experience?
Okay. First thing, nice to meet you all, and thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Mateus. I'm doing my master's in climate futures, and when I started with you guys, I didn't have many experience. It's working. Can you guys hear? Oh, okay.
Yes, we can hear.
Okay, so
Now it's good.
yeah. So I am the area of climate science, and I didn't understand much about energy. And with you guys, I could understand more what is energy. So I was trying to understand the impact of energy. So 70% of the countries around the world doesn't have a green energy, and this energy is not good for the environment because is some of them is by coal, and doing reading about this, I did research on Brazil, and Brazil has a green energy. All the energies are related to water, hydro energy, and but there is a problem now. Brazil is facing deforestation. The Amazon is with fire, and the Amazon is a key element for Brazil to have the energy because we have one thing called rios voadores, which is from the sea. You have evaporation from the water that together with the evaporation from the Amazon rainforest, that is rainforest. So that's why is rain. We the Amazon produce the rain, everything. So yeah, we together with these clouds that is formed in the Amazon, they go to the South America, all the South America. No,
Yes, it's okay.
they go to all the South America.
I can
If
hear
you want, I can speak loud and you can hear. They go all to the South America and produce the energy of Brazil. Brazil has 65 to 68% of the energy with hydro, and the problem is we having a lot of deforestation. We are not having too much rain, and we can have an impact on the green energy in Brazil. That's why Brazil at the moment is investing in hydro energy and aeolic energy, to have a green energy, as like if the hydro doesn't work, we have other sources to use, and we hope as Brazilians we can influence other countries, and work together with BRICS. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. You now explored to us one of the key aspects of how the climate operates in your part of the world, and climate change as a problem actually affects the whole world. And in our outlook, we made sure that this topic is highlighted, even though climate change is, of course, a topic in all of the chapters, let it be business, international partnerships, or critical minerals, because, as you know, in order to mitigate, we need to reduce emissions. And in order to reduce emissions, we need energy transition. Energy transition means transition into renewable energy sources. And renewable energy sources, of course, mean more critical minerals that are needed. And critical minerals are located in the territories where there hasn't been a lot of industrial production yet. And just highlighting one of these chapters that is not being represented by young experts in our panel, I just like to say that this is also the connection to the Arctic, because here we are at the Arctic Pavilion speaking about the outlook. And in the critical minerals chapter, there is also a statement that over 55% of all critical minerals deposit are located in the territories of indigenous peoples who live in the Arctic or in the Amazon or in other parts of the world, which makes indigenous also perspective very important here. And that's why it's also good that we have indigenous representatives among 80 of our expert group members. Now, coming back to the climate change and George, your topic. What are the key findings of your part of the research? And yes, how did you find working on this in general?
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be a part of this panel. And it was really good to meet you in person after like 2 intensive months of working on this outlook. And good to see my fellow panels on this discussion. So yeah, climate change is a really important topic, not only for the whole world and especially for BRICS plus countries. And what's really made it special, or maybe what really intrigued me in this outlook, that each country in BRICS plus nations has their own challenges for climate change. So challenges in Brazil are completely different from challenges in Russia, from South Africa. For example, in Russia, we have the problem of the melting permafrost. In South Africa, we have the problem of increasing water scarcity. So we had like really a wide array of inputs from different perspectives from the BRICS plus nations. On our outlook, in our chapter of climate change, we worked on several sub-themes. The first one was the Paris Agreement and the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And in this area, the key finding was like we need more like capital flow between from the nations, the global north, who are more responsible about historically responsible about the gas emissions. Almost around $100 billion annually are needed to support the developing countries for just for the mitigation processes and mitigation and adaptation plans. Sub-theme 2, which I personally worked on, was the water resources realities and the nexus of climate change and water realities, especially in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is a leading country in water desalination. And we all know that this technology is very demanding and consuming of energy. And also Saudi Arabia now is investing in building new desalination plants, full size and fully powered by solar energy. So we need, in this area, we need like more investment and water management infrastructure. Another sub-theme we worked on is the climate change accountability, or especially from the big emitters and corporates in the energy sector. We need more disclosure of environmental performance, disclosures and corporate emission reporting, and divestment from fossil fuels. Sub-theme for climate technological collaborations between nations, BRICS plus nations, in the areas of energy technology and development. We all know that BRICS plus countries are increasingly investing in renewable energies like solar, wind, bioenergy to move away from fossil fuel. And also in the transportation sector is like responsible about a big chunk of gas emissions in the BRICS plus nations. So there is also like a trend to promote electric vehicles to reduce their emissions. This is also underscores BRICS plus nations' commitment to sustainable energy and decarbonization through technological collaborations. In this area, what is needed is like more knowledge transfer between BRICS countries. Sub-theme 5, we worked on the energy security and its significance on climate change. We all know that energy is is at the core of our economies. Without energy, our economies collapse. So to have like prosperous futures, energy is so crucial. So in this aspect, in this field, the World Energy Council is emphasizing on involving diverse communities in addressing global energy challenges, aiming for societal transformations beyond decarbonization. And the last sub-theme we worked on is the BRICS intra-country climate finance flows in relation to the energy sector. As I said earlier, like climate finance flows are important, especially here at COP29, which was coined as Finance COP, and we are here. So many people here are discussing the NC2G to increase the number of climate finance annually. So climate finance is really important to be on the right track to limit the global warming. Sadly, not all mostly all BRICS Plus nations are not on the right path, not on the right track to meet their obligations of the Paris Agreement. So in this area, the best or the most important and the crucial key finding was that we need more finance flows between BRICS countries, mostly grants with low interest loans through mechanisms established by the Paris Agreement.
Thank you very much, George. Actually, just speaking about your part of the outlook, it is like an outlook in an outlook, because you actually had these sub teams and you explored different aspects of solutions to climate change. And this approach through a solution to this climate change problem is a really nice one. Therefore, I would like to thank you for just making this huge work. It's on page 60 of the BRICS Youth Energy Outlook publication, and the digital version of the Outlook can be found on our website if you scan this QR code. When it comes to no worries, we will distribute this then later. When it comes to another question I have to you, George, there's a short one. So here we are at the UNFCCC Conference of the Parties, and you see that there are some BRICS by A representatives present here. From the climate change researcher perspective, how do you think our engagement in this climate change process in general might be evolved as BRICS YEA, as BRICS Youth, and Global South Youth? What do you think about this?
What was really good about the BRICS Youth Energy Outlook, as I said earlier in my segment, that we really had a different perspective from different Global South countries. And as I always say, energy transition or maybe climate change mitigation and adaptation plans are not like a template. You cannot, for example, if the EU have their own adaptation or mitigation plans, these are maybe applicable only for the EU. And the BRICS countries or maybe Global South countries, they have different challenges and different pathways to contribute to these plans of mitigations and adaptations. So this is really important that the BRICS Plus nations is a very diverse group and state members from the Global South. And what's really also important about the BRICS Youth Energy Agency is that we are given a voice to put our inputs on a global level.
Thank you very much. Yes. So now we are at the global level, and at the global level, we have also organized the BRICS Youth Energy Summit. I think that the summit can also be considered as global, as we had representatives of so many nations present there. And I would like to ask Akanksha to tell about her experiences from the BRICS Youth Energy Summit and how this helped you to just explore the BRICS Youth Energy Outlook, the topics that are included here as chapters, and your key takeaways from this.
Okay, so firstly, I'd like to thank BRICS Youth Energy Agency for organizing this wonderful summit. And it's a pleasure to be back meeting Alex, Vadim, Arseny, everyone. Thank you for that. Secondly, as we were talking regarding the BRICS Youth Energy Summit, some of the key points that were discussed were also covered here. So my friend on climate change, he mentioned about the energy mix. So that is something that we deliberated very well in the summit. We saw about the energy mix of Russia and all the other BRICS countries that were present and what could be an ideal one. So we had a brief discussion on that. The other topic that was mentioned today regarding finance. So we also saw how the different countries had their own speciality. Like for example, if you observe Brazil for that matter, their expertise is in bioenergy, bioethanol. If you observe China, they have achieved expertise in electric mobility. If you observe India, we have done phenomenally well in solar and wind energies. Russia, for that matter, they have done exceptionally well in nuclear energy, nuclear technology. South Africa is doing really well transitioning from a coal based to a renewable economy. So BRICS, the summit was a culmination kind of thing where I could experience people coming in from different point of views. They had their own expertise and we all came together on one platform and we thought what could be the best thing that we all could do together. So in that way, it was a huge achievement for the BRICS YEA. Speaking about that, the as you mentioned regarding the report, so one of the topics that I was particularly interested in the report was regarding the green jobs. So being a researcher who has previously worked on that, I found that section particularly interesting. So one of the facts or the figures that were particularly like intrigued me was there was a report by International Energy Agency and they said by 2030 approximately 10.3 million jobs would be expected to be created in this green sector. So now looking at the amount of employees that the currently this energy sector employs, that is 60 million, which is a very good number, imagining the pace with which we are undergoing the transition. I remember reading another report that said by 2050 we'll have 60 million jobs in the green sector. So this is a very good example of the green sector creating equivalent amount of jobs that are already present in the current scenario. So this is something that we should all be working upon, because this transition, the thing that we're saying that people would be losing jobs, that is just one aspect. The another aspect that we do not look upon more positively is there are equivalent number of jobs being created because of this domain. So the outlook that we as youth that we were trying to present via this BRICS outlook is what I have understood is the youth is ready to lead, we are ready to innovate, we are ready to collaborate. So now we just want the institutions that are there globally or the stakeholders, that it can be the government of different nations, it can be private institutions, businesses, it can be think tanks, or it can be educational institutes. So we are ready to lead, innovate, we just want all the necessary mechanism that is there in place, the frameworks that are required, and we are ready to drive this change from a coal based economy to a renewable energy sector, and we would do wonders. That is what is the report says about. Apart from that, I like the particular suggestions that were given. So one thing was about education. So if you remember, even we had this discussion at the summit about how we need to create an awareness at the school level itself, so that people, they don't have to face this rough transition when they get in the job domain, but they are aware about it from the childhood itself. So that was something that could be worked upon. As a civil society representative myself who's working with students, with youth in my own country, this is something I would like to implement at my own level, going back, talking to children about this solar ambassador workshops and something that we have been doing. I think this was a kickstart or ignition point, I would say, that motivated me to do it at a larger scale. The other point that the report said was about innovation and collaboration. So as we all are, all of our countries, they are doing really good technically, if you see. So China in electric mobility, as I said, each of our countries has done really well technologically. So this report should also call for tech transfer is one of the main points, and that is something maybe which could be taken up next year for the research areas, and technology transfer and collaboration for research within these BRICS countries is something that we could advocate for the next upcoming years. And as my friend also mentioned about finance, so if we see this year's report, 2022 report of OECD, the West has said that they have delivered their goal of $100 billion and also exceeded it. But and they want to basically get done with it as they've done it for 1 year. But as BRICS nation, we should call for repetitive achievement of that goal. Like doing it for just 1 year is not enough. You have promised it annually, so you need to follow up with your promise. So that is what we all should be advocating for in the upcoming versions of Outlook, is what I feel.
Thank you very much. I actually Thank you, especially for highlighting also one important topic from the Outlook, green jobs. And we've worked on this a lot during the summit in Moscow, and I've been leading also the discussions on this. And what we found out is also that in BRICS nations, this sector is still to be evolved. There is a lot to be done by decision makers to create, but also the young people themselves often create these jobs. Like from the business perspective, as you said, we had so many founders and company leaders in our applications that we decided to create another expert group. And the green jobs in general is a key for young people to participate in the energy transition, to lead it by their energy and expertise, give new ideas. So thank you very much for this. And also another very short question. Being a participant of both the BRICS Youth Energy Summit in Moscow and of UNFCCC COP, what do you think is a better platform for promoting like BRICS vision of the future of energy and climate, and how we as BRICS Youth Energy Agency might leverage from these global fora?
Okay, so this is actually something we could work upon. So now here I'm in COP, I'm a party overflow delegate. So I get to attend all the negotiations and see what's actually happening. What we could do is BRICS Youth Energy Summit or the forum is a very good platform for us deciding what the agenda we want to set, what is the narrative we want to take forward, where we could all be coming together, we'd be discussing various issues and making clear what our stance is about a particular topic. Then depending on that, taking that report into vision, like this outlook report that we have here, we should try to have some of our people representing that ideas here, like not just driving conversations here, but also actually going into the negotiations room and trying to place or trying to have a say at what our vision is. So maybe what next year we should try is as an observer, maybe we could go and get in the seat at actually where the negotiations is happening and place our voice there. So that is something I'd really like to see BRICS
Thank
YEA
you.
doing.
Yeah, thank you. That's actually a nice take, and I think that we as emerging youth leaders might become negotiators in the future as well. And now, still in observer status, most of us, we already, I'm sure most of you know people of also of our age who participate and lead these negotiations on behalf of our countries. And of course, this is the way to push forward. But the difference, yes, between the country negotiators and us is, I think, also the possibility to propose something out of standards. Because being representing a country means you follow the guidelines of the country, and we in the BRICS Youth Energy Outlook propose new ideas and new directions of thoughts. Yes, do you have a comment?
I believe here we even have a greater advantage because we aren't just talking about one country or advancing one particular country's agenda. So if we say something at the platform, we also have the ability or I think the resources that are required to carry out those agenda in all the countries that are part of BRICS. So we have an even greater platform that is provided even better than an individual country. So I think we should leverage that.
Yes, thank you. Now, just rounding up our discussion, I would just like our BRICS Youth Energy Outlook researchers from the young expert groups, like George, Catalea, and Yomna, to maybe in 2-3 sentences say your message from your outlook to the BRICS youth and to UNFCCC youth. Your message from this, from your research.
Yeah, I would ask for better policies to allow market access to startups, allow more investment, unique investment opportunities that are tailored to climate tech and energy startups. I would also ask for the government to collaborate with the startups because we can provide or we can fill the gaps that the government can't access to, like in rural areas and off-grid solutions. This is a big part of what we do. So, but we need a lot more access to the market that we can't get access to. And also, I want to echo one point that was said. I think George mentioned that we need to tailor solutions to different countries. I mean, one of the technologies that we reported on was green hydrogen, and I come from Egypt. I mean, for me, green hydrogen when we're suffering from water scarcity is just preposterous. So this is one thing that we need to try to take a look at and really study when in these kinds of events is the policies need to tackle different contexts and just pushing the agenda, like the green hydrogen agenda, to all the countries. And a clear example of this is the adaptation agenda. Our carbon footprint in countries similar to us is nothing compared to bigger countries. So in this case, we need more money. The loss and damage fund, all of these mechanisms needs to be implemented, and the funding needs to go to those who actually deserve it, whether it's SMEs or it's different countries that need to adapt because we're suffering from the effects. Yeah. Thank you.
So from my perspective, there are 3 bullet points. The first one is to track IPPA, which is International Partnership and Advocacy Policy. And the second part is youth should be smart and meaningfully engage in the climate policy negotiation and engagement. Try to be a policy decision maker as well. In the intergenerational dialogue, youth should be encouraged and inspired to co-create the world we believe in and we treasure. And the third part is youth should be smart on technology, know the ethics of artificial intelligence and also the limits and the great potential of different AI embedded blockchain system and also the transformation system for fintech and climate finance, how to mobilize funds effectively and accountably from global north to global south. So that's what we can do as youth, emerging youth leaders for international partnerships for just a transition and also multi-species justice now and in the future.
So as a climate expert group member, we had some key recommendations in our research. 2 of these recommendations are to implement global energy standards, efficiency standards across buildings, appliances, and vehicles, and also to establish enforceable accountability mechanisms through international agreements and transparent emissions reporting.
Thank you.
These are our key recommendations.
Yes, thank you so much. I think, yes, let's hear from your point.
Oh, from Brazil?
Yes.
Oh, I think I already said about the energy that we are changing from the hydro, because we are starting having lack of water and we are starting going to bioenergy, hydro energy, and also aeolic energy. So I already said in the beginning, so I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so I
I think like the outlook presenters have already reported. I think that now we can round up our discussion, and I would like to thank you for being present at COP, because for out of we have had, as I said, 80 young expert group members in general in all the BRICS and Global South countries. And unfortunately, at COP, we don't have that many BRICS YA representatives. But thank you for being here. Thank you for delivering BRICS expertise and for just working on this important track. Thank you for presenting the findings of your report on this important conference. Again, for everyone interested, we have a QR code on the screen which you can scan and find the electronic digital version of the Outlook. And on the website, it will also be available soon, I hope. Yes. Of course, next year is COP30 in Brazil, and I hope there we will present a new BRICS Youth Energy Outlook. We will discover how to develop further this project, how to evolve our young expert groups, and so thank you very much for your work. Yes,
Thank you.
invite.
So first thing, I would like to invite you all here to come to Brazil. I can help you with the language and the food as well. It's really good, really delicious. It's gonna be warm, okay? It's not gonna be cold like here. For me, it's cold, you know, from Brazil. But yeah, for us, we understand each other. And COP30 is gonna be really important because we are gonna see what the countries are really doing with the NDCs, you know, and we might see what she said relate to Trump. You know, maybe he's not coming or bringing any delegation from the United States. So let's see. But I really really want to see this bigger in the COP30 because it's gonna be in my house, you know,
Thank you.
in my home. So I wish you see you all, and I thank very much for the opportunity, and I thank you. You know, to be here, listen to us, and this is really important.
Yeah,
This
like-
is gonna be bigger, you know.
I'd like to ask who of you does not have the Outlook copy? You don't? Katea, do you have? Yeah, then this is for you. Yeah, let's make a joint picture. Yes, Alex, can you make a picture of us? Alex, actually, you have to join us. Erhan, can you make a picture of us? From this side. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Knowledge effort, organizing the PPA, like part of that and maybe we should build how we can build capacity. How's the part?
I'm a bit Yeah, it's on maybe here on the our
reception of the house.
I read it's like year back.
No, it's gonna be coming like a newsletter because the transportation thing like
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big fan of
I like it better because apparently the green zone is gonna far away and transportation is really close. Buses and house.
Yeah, I had a book. I put the bank. I think they have a bus every 5
Second day is that was very well.
Yeah.
Well, and there's also like like price, but it's still good.
Yeah.
Whatever you want.
Sounds yes. Or how is corporate event merchandise basically for corporate events. No, definitely we have the big and
Well, I have
you have
like the
brand.
a session that day, but
for the rest of like people discussing with respect to the next year. We have finalized the date of I say the bound for the briefing summit.
So as of now, what is the market that you saw with
And yeah, so we are kind of trying to centralize it all in one stage so that we can start doing it. Because it's July, not October, so yeah.
No, it was very intense last time. Remember the deadline?
Yeah, you know, it's so much these things like
She had to, but it's sort of expensive. I remember one of the big meetings we said that we have to like it's tough to get everywhere. Extend the meeting, but where are you planning for next year?
So basically, it's like third party manufacturing. Yeah, us. Yeah.